It's draft day. What's going on, y'all?
Let's go. It is Christmas morning.
Yes.
Hope everybody feels the same way.
Yeah, man, I'm excited. There's so much stuff that there's so many just plot lines that we're gonna finally see the ending of, or really the beginning, but you know what I mean.
We're gonna watch unfold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see where a lot of these guys are going to be going, basically, is what
Should be a good night. Welcome to Face Mask Fantasies, 2022 official NFL draft coverage, specifically as it pertains to fantasy. But definitely happy to have any and all conversations around the draft tonight as everything unfolds. I know we got a lot of people in here who are excited for, kind of like you alluded to, John, like these storylines coming to an ending as far as like, one door closes, another door opens. We finally learned the landing spot of these rookies tonight. And now the dissection really starts to get fun. This is where it really begins. What's the situation that they're stepping into? Who's their competition for work? This is where we get to kind of get a jump start on answering those types of questions. So.
Yeah, man. I mean, what do you, let's start it off. What do you think the Jacksonville Jaguars are going to be doing here?
So, I mean, leading up to at least a week ago and for several weeks running, it felt like it was going to be Aiden Hutchinson, but the narrative changed within probably the past 7 days, where Trayvon Walker was skyrocketing. Now he's we're about a half hour until the draft begins. He's the odds-on favorite to go number 1 overall. Outstanding player from Georgia. The experts have some concerns about his college production and that translating into being the number 1 overall pick. There have been multiple people on record saying, his stats for if he were to go number 1 overall they just don't stack up against the stats that historically these types of players at this position go for. But clearly there's enough on tape that Jacksonville apparently likes, and he seems to be the favorite. We're going to find out here in about 23 minutes. I think they should go offensive line, and there's a couple of tackles that they can pick here. Well, there's, there's one, right? I thought it was going to be Evan Neal.
And it still could be.
That's not the case. I think they should go offensive line.
But,
sure.
I think the smart move would be for them to go offensive tackle there too. We saw the Bengals go the other way last year, but there isn't any offensive weapon on the board here that is the same caliber as Jamar Chase coming out last year. So in light of that, I think the smart move would be for them to go O-line, even though that is a strength in this draft class. I'm with you there. Do you think Malik Willis goes to the Lions at number 2?
No, I thought after his pro day he would, because what naturally happens when we see quarterbacks working out and throwing against air, we get excited at what they can display. And Malik Willis has the best arm talent in this class. Of these quarterbacks, he easily clears as the quarterback with the best arm talent. At the time, I thought that would translate into him going as the number 2 pick. I said that. I was like, I would be surprised if the Lions didn't just take him at 2. I don't think that's the case anymore. There's a lot of people who at this point now, again, 20 minutes before the draft kicks off, that he's going to fall as far as 20. I now see him everywhere being mocked to the Steelers at 20. So I'll also say I don't think he falls that far.
Quarterbacks, they're going to have to trade up to get him?
Maybe.
The Steelers, I mean?
The Steelers would have to, I think, if they actually want him.
Yeah, I don't think he falls that far.
No, I don't think he goes at 2, but I don't think he falls to 20. Quarterbacks are always risers. We've talked about this a million times. We've beaten it to death. This is a weak quarterback class. You know it. I know it. Aunt Sally knows it. Every expert knows it. Quarterbacks are always risers. And the top 1 will go in the top 15. If it's 15, then it's 15. But Malik Willis will go in the top 15. I feel comfortable predicting. I'd be shocked if the alternative happened.
Shocked. Yeah, I'd be shocked if he fell out of the top 15 for sure. Top 12 almost, I would say. But yeah.
I mean, personally, I think the Panthers should take a shot on him at 6. Maybe it's smoke screens again. We can never truly believe anything that's actually out there.
They need to move away from Darnold. They
just need to try something. They just need to try something.
They re-upped with DJ Moore. They have Christian McCaffrey, who's healthy now. Age 25 season, make it or break it kind of season. It kind of feels like, obviously, it's not quite to that extent, but it's kind of prove it or lose it almost for Christian McCaffrey. Prove that you can stay healthy.
Right. You don't have to prove anything from a talent perspective. You just have to stay on the field.
Right. But it would be nice to see them address the quarterback position with some upside. I mean, we knew when they got Sam Darnold last year that wasn't an upside play. That was maybe he can reclaim a little bit of what the promise that he showed coming into the league that he never ended up realizing. And he can't. So go make an upside move. Go get your Malik Willis. I think that would be good. The cool move to see.
I would, if I'm a franchise. I mean, that's just how I'm thinking. I mean, obviously, if the scouts are like he's not worth the 6th pick, if they're pounding the table, that's one thing. But man, if there's one position where it's just worth, if you're not good, and you might as well roll the dice on quarterbacks. But we'll see what happens. Alex, what's going on?
What's going on,
for joining.
Alex?
I do wish I was in Vegas, but also I'm not totally upset. They just did a wide shot of the crowd, of the fans, and there's no coverage, and it's scorching hot there right now.
There you go.
So
maybe you're lucky that you're in your air conditioned or
I'm
relatively cool.
Right. I'm not like yes, I've been to the draft because the draft was held in Philly. I can officially say I was there. You were there, John.
Actually, I didn't. I was dumb and didn't go down.
You didn't come down? I don't remember that. But yeah, okay.
I had to work. I was working nights at that time. So yeah.
That's right. You still had a crazy schedule.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. I've been to the draft because Philly hosted the draft a few years ago, 5-6 years ago. It's awesome. It's so fun to be there. It's cool. But this is the desert, and they have no coverage right now, like where the fans are standing. And the sun is just killing them right now, and it's going to for another couple of hours. So I'm all right. But the fan experience is a lot of fun.
Yeah, it'd be cool to go. Maybe we'll go eventually one day. Maybe they'll have a venue close by to where we're at, or maybe not close by. We live on opposite sides of the country, but maybe a median within the middle of the country that we can go to, a destination like that. That'd be cool. But Alex, you bring up Breece Hall, round 1,
next year's is in
Yo, I'm scared that he's going to go to the Bills, but I would also be incredibly excited if he went to the Bills. And I know I say that because I'm wearing a Shady jersey right now, and the report just came out. I'm looking at it on Sports Edge right now. Breece Hall projected to go to the Bills. So
I'm seeing it. I mean, it's been mocked. Look, the Bills are in that situation where if they want to take a luxury pick, they can.
Yep.
You don't do this unless your roster is complete or as close to complete as an NFL roster can be.
You don't do this if you're the Pittsburgh Steelers last year. Realistically, if you look at what that team was, you shouldn't have been going out and getting a number one running back. Their team isn't a complete team. They got a really good defense, terrible offensive line, nobody at quarterback. That wasn't technically the smart move. But the Bills are a different beast. They have pretty much everything in place with the exception of cornerback. I think it would be smart for them to go cornerback in the first round and see if they can pick a Kenneth Walker in the second round, something like that. Trade up for a Kenneth Walker if they need to. Trade up for a Breece Hall if he falls out of the first round, if they can, something like that. I think that would be the smart move for them. Which is why I would be a little bit worried if they took Breece Hall just from a running back in the first round isn't a smart move perspective. But the prospect of having him on my team right now for the next 4 years while we just try to make this run with this great defense, and now we have a run game and we got Stephon Diggs for a few more years, and
the fan in you gets excited.
Right, now I'm excited, so that's why I got the Shady jersey on. I had a Fitzmagic jersey. I was gonna put that on, but
you're harnessing, you're channeling Breece Hall to the Bills right now.
I am. It's weird.
You're making it hahappen.
What's going on, Will? What's going on, Iron? Yeah, Will and I were texting back and forth today.
There's a
Jameson Williams Falcons.
There's a couple people that want Jameson Williams on their team. I am one of those people. I would be ecstatic. I might have to dance around the room if Jameson Williams falls to 15 and the Eagles scoop him. So I understand the allure of Jameson Williams. There are a lot of people who are, the time has come, and where, from a player who was being mocked at the end of the first round just a month ago, maybe 6 weeks, to wait, we have to remember the big picture here. He's ahead of schedule anyway, and we saw what he did in college, or at least this past year at Alabama. There is a reason why you want a player like that to be drafted to your favorite team. I think Jameson Williams is has the biggest upside at the wide receiver position of this class. And he's skyrocketing up boards. I wouldn't be surprised if he was taken in the top 12.
Yeah.
I am to the football gods who are out there. I don't know who I have to do it to, but please let Jameson Williams fall to 15. Please.
Hey, I mean, there is a road to that happening. Drake London gets picked by the Jets, and Garrett Wilson goes to the Falcons, and then you're looking.
Yeah, the Falcons take Garrett Wilson.
Jameson Williams in there. Maybe Chris Olave gets picked up by the Saints.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a route to where we could see Jameson Williams going to the Eagles. I'm not saying that that's a.
I'm not holding my breath anymore.
The percentage chance of that is pretty low, but still, it could happen.
3 days ago, I was holding my breath. Now I'm like, okay, I think I need to exhale because I am of the belief that he's going higher. I think teams have really warmed up to him. Obviously, all it takes these days is a couple social media posts of you running and making cuts, and it's just let me show you. I can literally show you where I'm at. Boom. He's gonna be in the top half of the first round. I do not doubt it.
And Hunter says the Packers trading up to get Jameson.
Yeah, there's a battle between who wants Jameson on their team.
And if Jameson Williams did go to the Packers, does he jump Garrett Wilson in your rookie ranks?
Probably.
It depends. If Garrett Wilson goes to a Chiefs or something, then no. But if he goes to
Jameson Williams goes to the Chiefs,
if Garrett Wilson,
then yes.
If Garrett Wilson goes if Garrett Wilson goes to the Chiefs, then I would keep him the same. If Garrett Wilson goes to
then Wilson,
the Jets instead of Drake London or something, then Jameson Williams does jump him. He does
jump him, yes.
Because there's no guarantee that Zach Wilson is going to pan out. We like him, but there's no guarantee there. He has bona fide target competition in Elijah Moore built in. Corey Davis is there. So yeah, I mean, the landing spots do make a difference. We don't want to go overboard, especially with running back. If we see a running back go to a team that you really like, it's the CEH rule. You just gotta pump your horses and go back to where you view the talent and weigh both equally. Don't go all in on the landing spot. But if Jameson Williams goes to the Packers, I mean, that's landing spot and talent, which is the perfect combination.
Real quick, are we jumpy at all?
I don't think so.
Okay,
I don't see any dropped frames.
Yeah, I was checking the video a little bit. I thought it was a little laggy.
Internet in my crib right before the stream. So
okay, I thought it looked like we might be a little laggy, but hopefully not.
Hope not.
Hopefully not. Yeah, not tonight of all nights.
And no, there's no scenario in which Breece Hall doesn't get the draft capital to where he would be my 101, or he wouldn't be my 101. Doesn't matter where these wide receivers go. Breece Hall's the 101.
Breece Hall's the 101.
Yeah.
He should take over as the backfield. My rule is good now. My rule is now like I'm going to do the right thing. So don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. All right. He said it's not jumpy for us. Okay, cool. Appreciate the good looks. I thought I was seeing it a little laggy on my end, so I just wanted to check. So appreciate it. Yeah. Breece Hall's the 101. I think he'll be a first round pick.
After that, it's a crapshoot. We could see Jameson Williams be in a regular 1 QB league be the 102. I know you have Garrett Wilson at 102, just even in Superflex, and you have Malik Willis behind him. I have Malik Willis ahead of him. But I mean, if Jameson Williams gets drafted to the Packers and Garrett Wilson gets drafted to the Jets, I mean, conceivably in your rankings, Williams. It would be Jameson Williams at 102 for you.
The only thing you have to take into consideration is any wide receiver who gets drafted by the Packers. There is that hourglass is running out of sand eventually as it pertains to Aaron Rodgers and how much longer he's going to be in Green Bay. So the payoff year 1 and maybe even year 2 is going to be great, but we do have to keep in Dynasty, we have to keep year 3 and year 4 in mind for these young receivers.
Especially for the young receivers. Yeah.
Yes. So that's the one thing because you're not going to pull a fast one if you like hope to draft that guy and he does well and then flip him for peak value.
Your camera is
you're probably not going to be able to. Mine is?
Yeah, maybe. Do you have a bunch of programs open in the background? Do you have a bunch of tabs open in the background? You can close down, see if you can clear up.
Let me kill some stuff. I do.
But John Edwards, what's going on? What are your thoughts on Rachaad White? I love Rachaad White. That's David Johnson Light. David Johnson Light, Rachaad White. That's his new name.
David Johnson White. There you go.
Light.
Oh, Light. Sorry, I'm closing a bunch of programs.
It's all good.
I had to do a lot of research over the past couple of days because I'm going out of town in a couple of weeks for a long time. And I was like, I got to figure out what I'm doing with my dog. So that was, among other things, there's draft research in
I don't expect Rachaad White to be drafted in the first round at all. He's more of maybe a late second round, third round running back. I could see him being drafted somewhere in the third round, really. But he is somebody who has a really good athletic profile, really good production numbers. The only knock I see on him is the fact that he's going to be an older running back coming in. I believe he will be 24 when the season starts. I'm not positive on that. I'm going to look that up right now.
Let me check that.
But Rachaad White is a guy who I would be looking at early in the second round, and then as soon as he produces, because next year he's going to be 25 already. As soon as he produces, try to trade him right away. That's kind of my process on Rachaad White. I love Rachaad White, but he's going to be he's not going to be never mind. He's not going to be 24.
Is he not old?
Okay, well, all right. Second year. After the second year, I'd be looking to be trading Rachaad White. Is what I would be doing. Not right away, okay?
Oh,
he's 23.
I mean,
Once
he's
he turns
23.
25,
he's not
I'd be
26.
looking at, I mean, if you get a good 3 years out of a running back, you're happy. So if you trade him after that second year, you're technically trading him at peak value for a running back. So that's kind of what I look for in a running back that I'm getting in the second round. That isn't one of these first round bona fide workhorse running backs, because that's not Rachaad White. I love his profile, but if he hits, hold him for 2 years and then sell him.
Okay.
He's probably going to produce after that, but peak value.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the idea, right? Like, you're trading him at the tip of the mountain, which means there's still going to be peaks.
The comp for David Johnson, if that comes to fruition, David Johnson had what? He had 2 years. 3. He had 3. No, he had 1 year. Wait, no. 2 years. He had 2 years. They were just separated by 1 year where he got injured.
Right, he got hurt the year
that
after
second
his
year. He was incredible and had more than 2,000 yards from scrimmage. In that fourth year, when he came back, he had 1,300 yards from scrimmage and 10 touchdowns.
That's an RB1 year. I have to
so
think,
he had 2 seasons. Yes, they were
2
sandwiched. I mean, there's a 1 year in there where there was a
third year where he would have been an RB1. He was the 101 in redraft.
You get out when he's still an RB1, which is what you would do with Rachaad White. So Rachaad White, I love Rachaad White. Get him on your team, hold him for 2 years, trade him.
Trade at peak value. Yeah.
Rachaad White going day 3. He could. I think he's around 3 back. I do. There are guys that I like in this year's draft from the running back in the running back depth here in this year's draft, but I mean Rachaad White's pretty up there for me. All right, but Nick, who do you think is the first wide receiver that's going to be drafted?
Like him.
Can you hear me?
At this point, yeah, I can hear you. I'm thinking, would the Jets do it? I don't know that they would. I don't know if they have
London.
I don't know if they have necessarily
I've seen him mocked specifically to the Jets.
I've seen Drake London mocked for. I know, but Jameson Williams' stock is skyrocketing right now. He might be the number one. If it's not him, it's either him or I think it will be Garrett Wilson. I actually think the Jets are going to pass on receiver at 4. I think they're going to take another player at another position.
Yo, Will, you got to bet that Williams is going to go first at plus 275. All right.
Yeah, there you go. See, look, I'm telling you, man, his stock is skyrocketing right now. It would not surprise me. Again, I don't know if the Jets have the stones to do it, but if they were already being mocked, who the mockers, the experts were calling, by default, the best wide receiver in the class in Drake London, then would you take Jameson Williams at 4? If you're considering London, I think you absolutely have to consider Williams. I would say he could go, this would be crazy and an upset, plus 275. It would be an upset, but Jameson Williams could go as high as 4.
That would be insane.
He could go as high as 4.
And obviously, then that draft capital would push him up. But then we'd have to worry about what the landing spot of the team.
Right.
The team that he's going to. Unless the Packers trade up to 4. Unless the Chiefs trade up to 4. Then a lot of these landing spots we're not gonna absolutely love for a guy like Jameson Williams, like we were talking about beforehand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What's going on, Crumply Heads?
It's a give and take situation. What's up, Crumply? Formerly known as, you already know. It's a double-edged sword, right? Because
2 minutes, right?
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword with Jameson, with that type of capital, though, right? Because on one hand, you're like, landing spot, but on the other hand, it's like top 5 pick, like gonna get all the as it plays out. He's going to get all the work he can handle.
No, my point being, you're going to be able to get a discount on him if that happens.
Ooh, I like that.
You're going to be able to get a discount on him if he goes to a team that people don't like. That's just it's going to happen.
It's the nature of the beast. It's the,
right.
It's the flip.
Amon-Ra St. Brown last year. Amon-Ra St. Brown last year was not thought of to be was thought of to be one of the better, more bulletproof prospects from the wide receiver position in last year's draft. He went to the Detroit Lions. People were off him. People immediately went off him because they were like, "Ugh, we hate Jared Goff. Jared Goff can't produce. Why would we like Amon-Ra St. Brown?" Hawk is already there. D Swift is already there. They're going to do it again this season. They already have. I've already heard that narrative, and to a certain extent, that's true. But regardless, he went to the Lions, and he performed like one of the better wide receivers in last year's draft when given the opportunity to. We have to remember, yes, landing spot's great, but, I mean, chase that talent, too. Mm-hmm. I would rather have a very talented wide receiver on a bad team and have that guy be Terry McLaurin or DJ Moore, right? Bad teams, good to great wide receivers. Then have I don't know, Alan Lazard, just because he got drafted by the Packers. Mm-hmm. Something like that. Mecole Hardman, just because he got drafted in the second round by the Chiefs. Chase the talent. Way landing spot in, but I'd say it's probably like a 70-30 split.
Yeah.
In favor of just remember who's good in the class, and then 30% of it for me, maybe 25% of it would be Andy's going to a good landing spot. That's icing on the cake for a lot of these prospects.
Right.
As you get further down the draft, I think it matters more, and then maybe it's 50-50 for a lot of those late round running backs.
Yeah. Or wide receivers.
Yeah.
How many? Are they no better than fourth on the depth chart? Is the quarterback still is he a young or unproven quarterback? Like,
you're glitching out pretty hard.
There's a lot of variables at play here.
Can you come out of the Zoom, restart your computer, and come back in?
Restart the whole thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I'm not seeing mine jump, but I'm seeing yours jump. Yeah. Sorry, guys. It's going to be a split screen for a quick sec. Nick will be back. But what's going on, Rojo? It's draft day. Did any of y'all see that movie? That terrible movie, Draft Day, with Kevin Costner and who else was in that? There was that guy that who looked like Derek Carr, who played for the Browns. Oh, that was a terrible movie. What's going on, Fortune? Hey, go Birds. Yo, who do you want the Birds to pick? Who do you want the Birds to pick? What do you want them to do with their 2 first rounders? And Rojo, what do you want the Saints to do with their 2 first rounders? I know you're a Saints fan. And Nick will be back. Sorry about the split screen being a little weird right now. When Nick comes back in, it'll jump back to normal. But yeah. And the draft should have started by now. It's 8:02. Crumply Heads, you've only seen that trash movie once. Yeah, it came out when, remember Concussion with Will Smith? That came out. All these football movies were coming out around the same time. That was a terrible movie. Both of those movies, really. But we don't have the pick is in at all on this page. Nick has it up on the background for him, but I don't have it up. I just have this. All right, you want corner and D-line for the Eagles? Okay. The picks that aren't exciting for fantasy, but make your team better. It's probably smart because the Eagles are playing for 2023, are they not? It's kind of why they made that deal with the Saints. Playing out 1 year of Jalen Hurts and then seeing if they should move on or keep him and build around him. Continue to build around him. Yeah, I don't have anything coming in yet. But we'll let people trickle in. People trickle in too. So we got. I wish there was a way that we could put some bets down, you guys. I wanna bet you, Will, that Williams goes to the Falcons. I'll bet you it's somebody else. I'll bet you your first round pick this year. Don't hold me to that. Birds need a wide receiver. Says Crumply Heads. Yeah, man. I think they do too. But I think it's something that they can wait a year on too, because I really do think they go quarterback next year. All right, thanks for restarting. Hopefully that'll alleviate the issues.
I hope I'm back. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah. All right, you got it up on your screen. You got the draft up on your screen.
So I turned it off because it was potential. It was also using internet, so I'm wondering if that maybe was causing the issue with my connection. So I don't know if it's any cleaner now. If somebody could let me know. Apologies for the technical difficulties, but I'm wondering if me having one too many devices using the same stream is what was causing the glitch.
No, I mean, I think
so I'm gonna have to.
It's still a little glitchy. But I don't think it's
going on
at this point. I don't know if it's you.
I mean, I've shut down a ton of programs. I'm not sure.
All right, we're just gonna have to rock with it. We are.
Sorry.
The NFL draft has started. Sorry, y'all. All right, but the Birds need a wide receiver. Crumply Head says.
Agreed.
What if your boy Drake London goes there? Or how would you feel if Treylon Burks fell to the Eagles?
If we take Burks at 18, I would be fine with that. I say we. If the team takes Burks at 18,
you can say we. That's fine.
I go back and forth on how I feel about that. If they take Burks at 18, I would be fine with that. If he's if Wilson is gone, I'll even, obviously at this point, I'm assuming Jameson Williams is gone. Olave maybe is gone. Even if Olave is on the board, it's a talk. It's 50-50 between those two. Maybe the consensus likes Olave a little bit more at this point. I like Olave as well, but Burks, for the longest time, had been considered a top 3 prospect in this class. If he's there at 18 and they decide that he's the best receiver on the board or maybe their favorite player as it pertains to need and just who's available in general, I would be fine with that. And then maybe they get somebody like Jordan Davis at 15. Take your favorite defensive player.
I think the draft community right now is being a little bit unfair to Treylon Burks. And we've been guilty of it too. I dropped him a little bit too far in my rankings for a little bit there. I think he's still a top 3 wide receiver in this year's draft. I do not think that he's N'Keal Harry, but I think he's number 3 in this draft. I think instead of being clear-cut number 1, which he was for pretty much all of last season, I think it is now Garrett Wilson, Jameson Williams, and then Treylon Burks. A lot of people have Drake London ahead of Treylon Burks. We obviously are not. If you've been paying attention, we're not fans of Drake. That might come back to bite us in the butt. But I mean, at this point in time,
could be. Or
Treylon Burks, wide receiver 3 in this year's draft class. So if the Eagles ended up with him, that's an archetype of wide receiver that they do not have. So it'd be an interesting way to fill out their wide receiver depth chart, and it would relegate Quez Watkins and stuff to that tertiary wide receiver, and I think that would be nice for their offense. But I can see why you would want to go corner and defensive line.
Yeah.
But look at the success that the Bengals did have. Again, talent is not equitable between Jamar Chase and Treylon Burks, but going offensive piece over the traditional building block of the team helped propel them to a championship berth.
Yeah.
A championship berth.
Yeah, Super Bowl appearance.
Right.
When no one was predicting it. Absolutely nobody was predicting it.
So sometimes that exciting move is also the good move. I'm not saying that would be for the Eagles, but it would at least be exciting.
Yeah.
And if he is everything that the fantasy community thought he was going to be, the dynasty community thought he was going to be coming into the combine and his pro day, then that's a great, that could end up being a great pick that has like real relevance even just in 2022 and not in the future. And also in the future, you know what I mean?
True.
Do you have any picks in?
I don't see anything yet. I think they're still doing some. They're doing some like opening ceremony stuff.
Ah, okay.
Ice Cube is there.
Is Will Smith?
I don't think
Slapping
he's
people?
making. I don't think he's making an appearance. I do not think we will see him at the NFL draft. Is that Derek? Oh, there's a bunch of Raiders up on stage right now because it's in Vegas. Oh, Goodell is at the podium for the first pick. And if anybody's feed is ahead of ours, you feel free to shout out the pick in the draft.
Jackson Jaguars on the clock. Let's see.
Oh, okay. The draft is officially open. This is not like, yeah.
I did wish I was able to get it up on the screen. That's
the draft. Yeah. Okay. So the draft has officially kicked off. Again, if your feed is ahead of ours, feel free to call out the pick. You guys couldn't make the announcement to us if we're a little behind. I think. Is it a little? Am I still choppy? I think I've shut down a couple devices, and I think my feed is better. Maybe it's not. I don't.
It's still a little jumpy, but there's again not much we can do about that right now.
Yeah. Okay. Apologies. But anyway, if your feed is ahead of ours, feel free to call it the pick. But otherwise, we will talk through it as we see it unfold. But obviously. This is going to be a long night. Teams in the first round generally, even if they know what they're planning to do and they don't intend to make any moves.
I mean, and there will be trades today. There will be trades today between teams.
Right.
It will get interesting here. I do not think this is going to be a year based off of what we saw in free agency and just how much of a crazy free agency this is. And there's a lot of dominoes that can still fall with Baker Mayfield out there. If the Panthers draft a quarterback, maybe seeing what they can get for Sam Darnold on draft day. There's just
there will be trades.
There will be trades. There's a lot of moving pieces to still fall here, and it'll be an interesting first round. I'm excited to see specifically where the Jaguars go.
Well, yeah. I mean, this is the tipping off point. This is like, okay, there's not a Trevor Lawrence in this draft. Like, you could go any which way here. There's a variety of ways you could go, and that'll kick things off for us. Seems like it's going to be Trayvon Walker. You never know, though. There could be a smokescreen. Remember, their head coach is Doug Peterson. He is an offensive-minded coach.
There was a report today that they were interested in trading out of the first-round pick. There could be a surprise trade here. We never know.
I don't think anybody's going to move up just because, again, there's not a slam dunk prospect here. Or there's not a I worded that incorrectly. There's not an obvious overall choice here. And even in that, and if that's the scenario, then the team with that pick is probably not trading out anyway. That being said, I would be shocked if Jacksonville gets a buyer here for this. I think they're going to use this pick. Again, remember, Doug Peterson, the new head coach, that's an offensive coach. do they go offense and buck the last minute expectations and odds that Travon Walker would be the first overall pick? These are all, we'll find out in the next 5 minutes. I don't know that we have any Jacksonville fans in here, but if you at all care about the team,
but let us know.
I'm pretty confident we don't.
Yeah, I feel like that'd be something I remember, because I don't meet many Jacksonville Jaguars fans.
No, we haven't made our way down to that part of the world yet.
But speaking of jerseys that I do have an MJD jersey, because he was one of the first.
Do you?
He was one of the first guys that I drafted that I fell in love with. We talk about guys that we just kind of fell in love with early on in fantasy.
Okay.
Mine was MJD, and he fell off as soon as I discovered him. But he was my guy for a little bit.
You got in just at the last minute to appreciate his talent.
Yeah, my first year in fantasy was like the last Michael Turner year, if you remember. So it was right around when MJD was doing his thing.
There you go.
Michael Turner on the Falcons, that is.
Iron says Evan Neal. Is that a thing, or is that just what you're hoping happens?
Yeah, I'm not seeing it yet.
I don't see it yet, but if it's confirmed, by all means, we're not going to be upset about spoilers here.
I love this too, and I know you're overseas. How are you watching this? Do you have
how much coffee?
An internet? No, but like, do you have an internet subscription to like an NFL network or something like that? Like, how
some
are you
type
watching
of stream or feed?
How are you watching the draft? Are you illegally watching it? We won't tell anybody.
If you are, just don't say anything.
Well, if you are, this is the debut information here. We are now affiliates with Surfshark VPN, and we have not promoted that at all yet. It looks like the pick is in here, but we will have a affiliation with Surfshark VPN. So if you need a VPN, if you want to hide what you're doing from the government and all the Russian bots, you can you can sign up and use our promo code that we will be attaching to all of our videos pending. But yeah.
It's our most official professional thing that either of us have ever said. Think you nailed it.
Hardly.
Think you nailed it.
Yeah.
Is that Dizon? I think that's how it's pronounced. I think it's Dizon is the network. It's like the spelling speaks for itself. It's that part of Europe. I feel like it's like German influenced, maybe. So I have heard of that before. I've heard of it before. Well, I work for a cable company, so these types of things.
I've used Fubo before.
Oh, there you go.
To get the NFL.
There you go.
It must be something.
I've never used Fubo. I would be like, what do I do with this? I don't know.
Oh, and you got Game Pass? All right.
There you go. All right,
the Lions are on the clock here. We could see Malik Willis go here. And the pick is in for the Jags. We don't have that information yet. But I'm excited to see how this top 10
expected to take Travon Walker here.
Yeah.
Expected to take Travon Walker. But not official yet, at least from what I can see. It's official. Travon Walker to the Jags.
Okay.
Travon Walker from Georgia. I mean, look, this has been the buildup for the past week now, at least. Travon Walker has been skyrocketing up draft boards. Not that he was so much lower than he, previously, but there wasn't a whole lot. He wasn't in the conversation for the first overall pick until, again, maybe a week leading up to the draft. So bit of an upset as it pertains to the entirety of the prediction of who the number one pick would be over the offseason. But again, when there's smoke, there's fire. And here it was legit. The whispers were that Travon Walker was going to be the top pick. And so it is. So Jacksonville gets a defensive piece to build around. They pass on potential offensive tackle prospects to help Trevor Lawrence. see how it goes.
Yeah, I'm excited to see whether or not we get a Malik Willis draft pick here. I'm really excited to see what the Lions do.
This is where the draft, I feel like, now it kind of like starts.
Could go either way. Could go anywhere.
Yeah. Just checking Twitter, refreshing, seeing if there's any updates that we can get a little bit more real time.
The pick is in for them. The Texans are now on the clock. We got to play the draft noise.
Do we have the draft noise?
Yeah, I got it on my keyboard. Hasn't been received yet. Or hasn't been.
Oh, the pick is in for the Lions. So I thought you were like the Texans traded up to 2.
Oh, no.
Okay, gotcha.
No.
All right.
Yeah, my feed is super late here. The bootleg feed that I got, and it's they're just announcing the Trayvon Walker. So my feed is not going to be reliable and up to date. That's unfortunate. But man.
I wish I had my I'm nervous to turn my box back on because it's a streaming device that's using the internet.
Do it, and then if it starts messing up, we'll turn it off.
If it gets significantly worse than it is now, let me know. So I'm just going to ask that John and the chat, I'm going to see if we can get a little bit more action and get some updates faster. But if it severely screws up my feed, please let me know. I will turn it off and we prefer
I just want you to enjoy the draft too, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know I got it. But I want to make sure that we all experience a good, we're providing a good stream to talk about the draft. I want to make sure that we have that for everybody here. I don't want to skimp on that. The pick is in. Aiden Hutchinson.
What's going on, Sad Jay?
What's up, Jay?
It is Aiden Hutchinson?
Yeah, the Lions take Aiden Hutchinson. Okay. This makes a lot of sense. The Michigan Wolverine stays in Michigan. Was the projected number 1 overall pick for weeks, again, until maybe about 7 days ago. So I guess this probably feels like a bit of a layup for Detroit. Maybe they were probably one of the teams that had Aiden Hutchinson number 1 on their board. When they find out that the team with the number 1 pick isn't taking him, they decide, well, there's nobody else in the conversation for us here. And that includes Malik Willis, despite the fact that at some point they do have to dress a quarterback.
So Malik Willis could fall here to the Panthers like you were expecting, just to go off that line of thinking here, because you did say that early on, and that has been a spot where he has been mocked to in the past. So that would be an interesting pick. That would be a real interesting pick. There would be definite repercussions for the entire Panthers offense if and when that happens. But the Texans are on the clock. And they're kind of a wild card too. What do the Texans do here?
Right. I don't think they're not going to take a quarterback. They have needs everywhere. The
top needs, according to the NFL.com, is D-line, cornerback, and O-line. So yeah, I think they've committed. I was going to say,
Mills. I think they take I think they should take a tackle here. I think they should take their favorite tackle between Evan Neal or I keep saying his name wrong. Okongblu. I need to check that because I really need to be able to say that correctly. Give me 1 second. Ekwonu. Sorry. They should take their favorite between him and Evan Neal. I personally think this is a team that when you are building from scratch, the difference between Houston and but the difference is you've been talking about the Bengals as an example of no, you can take a wide receiver at 5. The Texans are not an example of that because when you need everything, start with the actual foundational pieces. Get a young offensive tackle here. He'll protect Davis Mills for however long Davis Mills is the quarterback, and then he'll you would think eventually within the next year or two, the next guy who we would think takes over unless Davis Mills exceeds any and all expectations we could possibly put on him. Get your offensive tackle. Get your guy on the line.
The Texans are going to be tanking for a quarterback next season, but taking a tackle is the smart thing to set up that quarterback that you're going to get next season to succeed long term. So yeah, that's absolutely what they should be doing here. And Sad Jay, what's going on? Good to see you. What's your prediction for the first offensive
There's a Lions
redraft pick? What is your prediction for the first offensive relevant fantasy redraft?
Fantasy redraft pick? It's Breece Hall.
Yeah.
It's Breece Hall. Fit redraft, Breece Hall. He'll
go
in the second round of redraft.
Or the first that we project to be drafted? The first that's going to happen, it's probably going to be Malik Willis, because we know rushing quarterbacks have elevated status in fantasy. We saw last year Jalen Hurts be the quarterback, 7 on the year? Yeah, at some point early in the season, he was the quarterback 2 overall. And all Malik Willis has to do is beat Jalen Hurts. That's not a tough bar to clear. So, yeah, I mean, the first, I think basically in all formats, it's the quarterback that you can get, if not Breece Hall. But Breece Hall isn't going to be drafted. He's not going to be the first fantasy relevant player to be drafted here. He's going to be the best fantasy player to be drafted, I believe, in the first round, immediately for a redraft. For Dynasty, I'm just not ready to give you guys one yet.
Fair. Sorry, just checking Texans, Twitter. There's a Lions beat reporter. There's a Lions beat reporter who's saying that the Texans are going to take Stingley here.
Okay.
I'm not seeing anybody else confirm that. Oh, I just saw somebody else confirm it. Connor Hughes. The Houston Texans are selecting Derek Stingley Jr. at number 3. Wow.
Well, it was floated that the Jets were in on cornerback earlier today, and I heard that. So maybe that was a little bit of a smoke screen to get the Texans to bite on one of these cornerbacks.
To get the Texans to take. I mean, look.
Stingley is a great cornerback prospect.
Right. Was he not in the conversation to be selected this high before the injury? I think he was. Yeah. So again, look, teams gain some perspective when it's time to select the players, and they're thinking long term. You're less and less worried unless it's a severe injury, like say maybe an Achilles or the type of injuries where it's like you hate to hear it, the Achilles or a Jones fracture or something like that. Unless it's one of those, if a player is coming off an injury, teams are less and less worried about it as it pertains to taking these guys. So Stingley proved that his pro day. It looks like he can, he's moving around okay. How old is he? 22 years old. These guys are kids. Like they will, between the way these guys work out, the way they keep their bodies in shape, and with the advancements in modern medicine, things are much better now as it pertains to injury diagnosis and recovery time.
Absolutely.
Teams aren't going to be worried about that anymore. So these guys they're not going to, if they don't fall, it's like, no, this actually isn't that much of shouldn't be viewed as that much of a surprise. It just feels like a surprise because we've been looking at mock drafts from people who are not in NFL front offices. No disrespect to all those people, because we all do it, but that's the reality of the situation.
I agree wholeheartedly.
Rant over.
Yeah.
Rant over.
No, I agree.
I don't even know if it was a rant. I just went on I don't know. I felt like talking. I do that sometimes.
We haven't seen anything come in for the Texans yet, but I'm just going to go off of what you said here. But now that means that the Jets are on the clock with the first pick that they have in the top 10. They have 4 and they have 10.
I do not know what they're going to do.
I think the smart move for them Jets would be to go Evan Neal, really. And then
or one of the tackles.
And then
at this point, you can't fault.
At 10.
At 10.
And Stingley, yeah,
right,
there we go.
At that point,
there we go. It's in there. It's on the.
It's official. It's official.
NFL.com site. So Derek Stingley,
Twitter's,
cornerback to the Texans.
If everyone's okay with it, if everybody's okay with it, I can just keep Twitter refreshing every couple of seconds to give some real time updates, because that Lions beat reporter, like 5 whole minutes before.
What's the hashtag you're following? What are you?
Oh, dude, it's just the people I follow on Twitter. It's just my personal feed. I was going to
see if I could pull it up, but you're all locked in. You got it all locked in.
I mean, if you just do hashtag NFL draft, I promise you'll get what you're looking for.
That would just be. Let me see if I can do that.
You're gonna get a ton of crap from random people, but you'll get top tweets from top sources, like actual beat reporters. If you want, put in hashtag NFL draft. You'll see
No, I'll leave that to y'all out there. We're going to keep the ticker up.
That's fine. I'm okay with it because I can provide some updates here. Yeah, Stingley's in.
Just people say wild
3
things on
defensive
Twitter.
picks
So I don't want to pull
draft.
that up and have just like Twitter with people saying wild stuff on Twitter up on.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. But Sad J,
So,
what do you think your Bears are going to be doing? Do you think they go and get a wide receiver in this year's draft? Do they have a first round pick? The Bears?
I don't think they do.
They don't, right?
Because they traded it for the Justin Fields pick last year.
They're just chilling. Okay, they're just chilling.
The Bears are having a smoke tonight. They don't have a pick, I think, until the 3rd round.
Ugh. But yeah,
so
I mean,
it's not an exciting.
That should be taking a wide receiver.
Oh, I'm sorry. They have 2 second round picks. They have number 39 and number 48. So actually, they're in okay shape. They have 2 top 50 picks. They're both after 35, but
if George Pickens went there, you're I hate to say it, but your feed is lagging
real bad
more than it was before. Yeah.
I'm going to turn this off. That's okay. I'll use Twitter.
Sorry,
I'm getting information on Twitter faster anyway. Yeah. No. I want if I hate that this is the situation that we're in, but if me having extra devices on is going to screw up our feed, I don't want that. And I'm getting updates on Twitter faster anyway. I'm getting information on Twitter faster anyway, so I'm just fine with that. Jets are on the clock. Yeah, I agree. I think it should be either Evan Neal or Ekwonu.
Whichever
the Jets' offensive line needs work. Right. And you can't hate either one.
And they do have enough offensive weapons around them if they want to just have building block picks with their first 2 picks instead of going offensive weapon. They could go that route even though they've been mocked to get a Drake London or a Garrett Wilson or even a Jameson Williams pretty much throughout the whole process. I mean, they have enough firepower around Zach Wilson as it stands right now to really wait until the 2nd round. They do. It'll just be interesting to see which way they go, specifically with that 10th pick.
Yep, no doubt.
And the Giants, I mean, they declined Daniel Jones's 5th-year option. They pick at 5 and 7. It's going to be interesting to see which ways the Giants go. Could they just snipe Malik Willis and just say, "Screw you, Daniel Jones"? They could. They could. Completely new regime. We could see them. I mean, they could trade back with that 7th pick, see if they can pick up a little draft capital and get Matt Corral halfway through the draft, something like that.
Or Sam Howell.
Yeah.
Starting to warm up to the idea that he's the value at quarterback this year, and a good example of you might not necessarily have to force quarterback. If you need I think I'm more talking about dynasty fantasy more so than the NFL right now.
Yeah.
Depending on landing spot, Sam Howell is looking like a guy where it's like, if you want you to take that quarterback off the board tonight, because we've been assuming it's Malik Willis. I think it will be Malik Willis, but we've seen crazier things happen.
Yeah.
The Jets pick is in. Sauce Gardner.
Is it? Okay.
Sauce Gardner. Yep, multiple.
The Giants must be real happy.
Confirmed.
The Giants must be real happy that they get a shot at possibly. I mean, they could go Evan Neal and Ekwonu. They could just go O-line. That's our biggest weakness.
Line.
Let's get Saquon going again. Let's get some protection for the future around whoever we draft after next year, because they don't have Daniel Jones in their stable in their future really, because they declined his fifth year option. So that'll be interesting. But okay, all right. Sauce Gardner with the 4th pick.
Corners going early. First 4 picks are defense. First 4 picks are defense. 2 of them are corners. Man, defensive backs. I mean, we talk about the importance of wide receivers, but then on the flip side, it's like you need those guys in the secondary to do something, anything to try to help slow those guys down. Young legs can help with that.
Yeah.
So corners, defensive backs. This is a good draft for that as well. I think this is a good draft to have a need at safety. There's a lot of good safety. It's not just Hamilton in this draft. There's a lot of good safety depth in this draft. Could be interesting to see the young defensive players across the NFL 3 years after this draft. See how we're doing on defense. That might be the name of the game overall this draft. First 4 picks.
Yeah. That might be a little bit of an indictment on the offensive firepower that is to be expected from this draft.
Definitely could be.
Has me a little worried. I'm not going to lie.
Definitely could be. I think this is where the trend...
heavily invested in the 2022 draft class, just because I have fallen in love with so many names throughout this process. I am a little bit worried about the overall talent in this class, looking at the fact that, 4 picks in, and usually, offensive heavy first rounds, we haven't seen any offensive players go off the board, and much
I
less
think this is where
offensive players.
I think this is where that trend ends, or where the trend gets bucked, so to speak. I think the Giants are going to take one of their top-rated offensive linemen here.
That still doesn't mean much for fantasy in terms of the guys that we're going to be drafting in our rookie draft.
And we knew for the first 10 picks that was most likely going to be the case, or at least the top 6 picks or so. That was going to be the case, but it's going to happen. It's going to happen. But there isn't still, you could look at this on the flip side of this is good for some of the wide receivers in Jacksonville, or this is good for some of the wide receivers in Detroit. This is good for Elijah Moore and Corey Davis in New York for now. We'll see what the Jets do at 10. At 3 in Houston, they could still take a wide receiver at 13, but one of their 2 picks is a defensive player. So there's only so much they can add early. I know they have a high 2nd round pick as well, so they're not out. They're not out of the conversation on adding high end offensive talent yet, which put them in a situation where they could take their favorite defensive back at 3. So, but you got what I'm saying. I guess we'll see what the Jets do at 10, but there is a fantasy element to it. It's okay, this team didn't take an offensive player.
But this is
people who have receivers on that team rejoice.
Right here is where I expect the fun to begin, because yes, we're gonna most likely see them go O-line here, but we got the Panthers, maybe Malik Willis here at 6. If he falls to 8, maybe the Falcons pick him, and even if he gets picked at 6, that's probably prime time to see a wide receiver get taken. So then there's going to be fantasy ramifications from that. We got the Seattle Seahawks. They could really go either way, but they could be in the market for a quarterback. That could be where we see. I think it's still a little bit too early for a Baker Mayfield trade, but with that 9th pick, they could go a myriad of ways too. They could go wide receiver and see if they can put as much around. If it's Baker Mayfield or whatever, they could go quarterback. So it'll be really interesting. I've seen Desmond Ridder mocked to them early as a guy that they really like, because they had the meetings in the combine, they had the meetings post combine, those top 30 meetings that they give out to the teams. He was somebody that they were very interested in. They were at his pro day, very well represented at his pro day. So it'll be interesting to see what the Seattle Seahawks do there at 9 too.
Can absolutely go a myriad of ways. Side note, I just happened to notice that my laptop is there's an upgrade available. I'm wondering if it would help my feed if I just commit to the upgrade. I would hate to do another full reboot.
No, you'll be out for 30 minutes if you do an upgrade.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We ride. Apologies. That's all me. Didn't know that should have done that before the stream. Yeah. But anyway, let me check Twitter, see if there's any updates.
Yo, Slim, what's going on, man?
The 5th pick. What's up, Slim?
What's happening, Slim?
I'm a little slow over here today. My feed is not very strong, but
your Discord is working now. All right, awesome.
We out here.
Yeah, I think I've seen you. You in there
cool.
Again, or at least online there on the side there where you on the Discord. Good. When I've logged in. So yeah, awesome.
This is breaking news. Connor Hughes, he's been breaking every single pick so far. The Giants have selected Kayvon Thibodeau.
All right. Okay.
The Giants have selected Kayvon Thibodeau.
They must feel like they can get an Evan Neal a pick at 7. They must feel that they can get their
so they
Quan
decided
to
get who? Yep. That's exactly what they're trying to do. The Giants are building their lines. I mean, that's the way to go. That's the bread and butter to rebuilding a franchise, to rebuilding an organization, is the offensive and defensive lines. And to your point, they knew there are 3 guys at this point where they are absolutely comfortable taking. If there are 2 that are gone, there's still 1 left at 7. Savvy play by the Giants? I guess it is. I guess it's a savvy play by the Giants.
Yeah, I think so.
I have to say so. Yeah. So the first 5 picks, I was wrong. I thought the tackle. I mean, yeah, that's some advanced thinking.
Look at Sauce Gardner's ice. Look at that.
Dude, he's crushing it.
Yeah. I guess that's called
Crushing
drip now. I don't even know if it's ice anymore.
It's still ice.
Changed.
I saw ice. Yeah, I saw ice the other day.
Yeah.
We're good.
But good to hear the Discord is working. Slim, glad you're in here. Good to see you.
If only my freaking feed wasn't so sloppy right now.
Well, you can't see Stingley you can't believe Stingley at 3. I mean, hey.
Defensive backs, they go high, man. They are like quarterbacks of the defense now. They all, like, defensive backs go high. They don't slip. 3 is crazy. But again, Houston also has the 13th pick. They must have liked him enough to say, yeah, let's swing for the fences on this one. We still have a pick just outside the top 10. We're going to get another good player here, or we should. So that puts you in a position when you're in, take your favorite guy at 3, because you can't guarantee that he's going to be there at 13. So just when you have the luxury of 2 first-round picks, 10 picks apart in the top 15, you can take your favorite player. You can take when nobody was expecting you to. But it's like, we like this guy enough. We want to make sure we get him. We'll get something else at 13, and we'll be happy with that as well. But anyway,
the Giants get Thibodeau for the
Thibodeau.
Giants, but I'm just going to go with what you're saying, because you've been right this entire time thus far.
There's multiple sources now confirming the Giants will select Kayvon Thibodeau with the number 5 overall pick.
Panthers on the clock.
Run on defensive players continues. The run on defensive players continues.
There we go. It is official.
On the NFL's website?
Yep.
Cool. All right, Slim's getting astrology for us.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
It's gonna be okay. You're gonna be, I guess, Slim's intending to pod. Working on getting set up.
Any advice, man? I mean, the advice is just to keep at it and to keep going, even if you're not getting the views and the stuff that you want right away. Take the little wins. Take the little wins and appreciate them as the little wins that they are, because those little wins pile up, and then before you know it, I mean, last year all it took was us just really committing, and I mean, we had this YouTube channel for a while. We just weren't treating it seriously. So no. I mean, YouTube is like you get it out of it what you put in. Once we started really taking YouTube seriously, we started to see a change in our results. And it's just find something that you love to talk about.
Astrology.
Because that'll get you through astrology. Yeah, that'll get you through the days where you don't feel like making a video, or you don't feel like,
or you don't want to do it. Yeah.
If it's something you love, it doesn't matter almost at that point. It doesn't quite feel like work. So, find something you love and stay on the grind would be the 2 most important things.
Yeah.
And find what works for you.
I mean, I know it's like a cadence, but yeah, I mean, it's every day. That's what it comes down to. It's every day. I mean, of course you can take your breaks, but it's you come back to it. You always come back to it. Find your rhythm, find your consistency, and you'll be just fine. And
don't be afraid to take a break when you need to, but I mean, you do see more results when you do things more frequently. It helps depending on what you're going into with what you're doing. Yeah. And also, man, I mean, utilize all the little things. They got YouTube shorts if you just want to do shorts, because they're easy to do, they're fun. and they get a ton of views. If you want to just make videos and have that be your thing, that's different. If you want to just live stream and have that be your thing, that's different. So, I mean, you can get into this space and be doing a lot of different things. And that's part of the fun of it.
Mm.
I never thought I was going to be live streaming.
The world is your oyster.
I never thought I was going to be live streaming.
You wanted to top out at being a producer.
Yeah.
That's what you wanted to top out as. Look at you now. Shades and all. Doing it. Let's see if there's any updates
once
here.
I discovered RAS, I just never turned back.
That was that. So it's the Panthers, right? The Panthers are on the clock here.
Yep. I still don't have anything. I know you're gonna get it before I get it. So I mean, this is where we could see Malik Willis.
We keep saying this is where we could finally see offense. I'll say it until it happens. You can't. Are you really gonna let these offensive tackles continue to fall? Like, these players are good.
The Panthers are a team. I mean, that technically is one of their needs.
That's a need. It's absolutely a need. That offensive line is not very good.
If
they're not enamored with,
get a Sam Howell or a Desmond Ridder later on in round 2 and get a cornerstone lineman, it's not a bad move.
This was brought up
really
by
not a bad move.
This was brought up by Fantasy Points Kevin Cole. The Panthers were originally leading into this draft that were one of the teams that were projected to. They wanted to try to trade out if they could. The fact that all the offensive tackles are still on the board might give them a legitimate chance to do that. So shout out Kevin Cole. That was his tweet. Yeah, so we have to keep that in mind. The Panthers are probably absolutely working the phones right now, which is why now the phones are starting to get worked. We're not going to get these. They're not going to be bang, bang, bang. These picks are like 1 through 4 knew who they wanted. They weren't moving out of their spots. Now the conversations are really going to start to happen. Now the phones are going to be ringing. I guarantee the Panthers are probably fielding a couple calls right now. How serious are they? I'm not a fly on the wall, but this is when we're really going to start to get into the guts of the first round.
I mean, I know,
and just like that,
I know this will never happen, but I feel like the NFL, it would be so cool if you really had a view into the draft rooms, the war rooms of these teams as they're on the clock. I think that would be really cool. I know it's never going to happen because, I mean, then there would be there's a conflict of interest there. But I mean, look at what happened with Hard Knocks and stuff and then Amazon's All or Nothing, when we got looks into what these franchises were doing in the OTAs and training camp and all that throughout the season with All or Nothing. It lets you view it in a different light, and I think it would be really, really cool to be able to see some of this stuff happen in these draft war rooms real time, and it's never going to happen. That's an unrealistic ask.
Yeah, I agree. For the record, the pick is being confirmed by multiple sources on Twitter. The Panthers are staying at 6 and drafting North Carolina State offensive tackle Ike Ekwonu.
There we go.
The Panthers pass on Malik Willis. They pass on a quarterback. He is falling a bit now. I still think he's going to go in the top 20 or before 20, but the Panthers do address another significant need, taking Ekwonu, addressing their offensive line. At pick 6,
and then
your
Evan
favorite
Neal
offensive tackle, that's pretty damn good.
To the Giants, right? We would think that
Gotta
the Giants would go Evan Neal. 8 is really another. I mean, that's another technical Malik Willis landing spot. That is. I don't want to keep saying that, but that is the big offensive domino that we expect to fall. The
Falcons could also take
a wide receiver.
They could take wide receiver if they feel like they want another offensive lineman for the future. They could take Charles Cross. He would be if Evan Neal goes here. They could take Cross or flip flop, vice versa. If the Giants are about to take Cross, maybe the Falcons take Neal. That's an option. However, we are on the cusp. I'm putting it into the atmosphere, to the universe. We are on the cusp of the first wide receiver being drafted. We are very close. I would say within the next 4 picks, the first wide receiver will be off the board. Will be drafted.
Yeah, I think that happens by 10. For sure.
And I am just
Malik Willis
all over the refresh button.
Could fall to the Seattle Seahawks. I could see that. I don't see what Slim is saying, but oh yeah,
helps Christian
CMC.
McCaffrey.
Helps
yeah.
CMC. But yeah, if we don't see Malik Willis get drafted in the top 10, I mean, he could fall to the Texans at 13. But after that, I mean, are we looking at the Saints at 16? Maybe then the Steelers trade up with the Saints, something like that. Just a 4-round trade up at that point.
Yeah, could be. If we also don't know how much the Steelers like Malik Willis. Again, a lot of things that are actually put out there are smoke and mirrors. The draft never goes how you expect it to.
No.
But we're going to see what happens here with the...
I'm sorry, y'all. I don't know why my screen keeps doing that.
Yeah, we've got some low live watchers, so I can't imagine our experience is great right now. Apologies for that. I mean, again...
We're still going to be here the whole time.
A reboot would set me back a half hour, most likely, right? With an upgrade.
With the update, and then I would say you would probably want to just unplug your modem and replug it in too, but just to make sure.
Do you want me to do that?
I mean, I don't know. You would be out for legit a half hour.
I don't want that. But I feel bad that the feed is like struggling right now.
You might have to do that when we log off or something like that.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm turning everything off and back on once I can, but it doesn't help us now, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I apologize. I have to imagine this one's on. I think this one's on me. I wish I knew.
Tricknology, man, it happens. It happens.
Yeah, it's just not tonight. Come on. So I wish I would have checked this, for updates earlier. I didn't. There happens to be one. Could be causing a lag. I'll go back. I'll watch film. I'll get better from this. But if at any point
do we have any sneak peeks into what's happening at 7 here? All I see is on the clock still from the Giants.
No. There's nothing here. The Giants are on the clock at 7. They could be fielding some calls, which is, hence the lack of any type of updates over here recently, because it has been officially some time since the Panthers took Icky. Man, I love that name. I hope he works out. I hope he's really good. But nothing here as far as what the Giants are doing at 7. We can only speculate at this point that a player like Evan Neal or Charles Cross makes sense for them.
And then as Will prophesized, I guess you could say at this point, Jameson Williams at 8.
The Falcons are in a position to take whichever wide receiver they want if they choose to go that route.
For the Giants, it hasn't been revealed yet, but
I'm about to find out.
Maybe refresh Twitter again.
Oh, I am. Connor Hughes, you've been money. I need to check your feed and your feed exclusively. The Giants have selected Evan Neal. Man, this dude is on it. The Giants have selected Evan Neal, according to The Athletic.
The Giants played that perfectly.
Yup, they did play that very well.
For what their needs were, they played that perfectly.
They did exactly what they needed to and got what they needed. That's pretty strong execution.
And the Falcons are on the clock here.
Falcons can literally take their favorite wide receiver if that's where they choose to go.
Yeah, man, I want some something with some fantasy ramifications to be able to talk about here. And outside of the Panthers selecting an O lineman helps CMC. Respect to what you're saying, Slim. That's not the most exciting This hasn't been the most exciting top 10.
As it pertains to fantasy. But yes, there is a little bit of like little less it's all linemen, a couple defensive backs. Not flashy, not sexy, but when you're trying to build a winning environment, a winning roster, this is where it starts. This is where it starts. Starts on the line.
I'm trying to think if this draft class, as it's standing right now, mirrors any other draft classes that have occurred in the past, or that have any other draft classes.
Well, the first one that comes to my mind,
the top 7 being 0 fantasy relevant players. Is that the 2013 draft class where Tavon Austin at 108?
Well, I was thinking of the Dwayne Haskins draft class where he didn't go until 15, but I don't remember if there were any like wide receivers that went early.
If this draft class ends up like the 2013 draft class, then the first quarterback off the and Evan Neal pick is in and is official. The first quarterback off the board was E.J. Manuel.
Oh man, what a time! Appreciate it. Crumbly said there hasn't been any bad issues as far as the feed. Okay, cool. I feel like I'm jumpy, but
the audio's been fine. Your audio has not clipped at all for me, and it doesn't show at all on the screen.
Just
I
the
really
video?
just think it's a connection issue with the video, and I think it's only with Zoom. So we'll see.
Okay. All right. All right. Sleeper just announced Evan Neal pick. We knew that. The Falcons have their man. I don't want them to have it, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Falcons went Jameson Williams here.
Will wants that.
I feel
that.
I don't want that for him. I want Jameson Williams on the Eagles. I don't think.
I mean, it would make sense from a play style standpoint for him to learn from Brandon Cooks for 1 year, and then Brandon Cooks got extended, so he's not there for just 1 year anymore, is he?
Are you talking about Houston?
Yeah.
If he goes to Houston.
Yeah, he's not Houston. I'm sorry.
He's not on Houston.
He's on Falcons.
He can learn from Calvin Ridley.
No.
You can learn from Calvin Ridley.
Learn from Frank Darby. Your favorite.
Stop it.
Your boy. Kyle Pitts is your boy.
Kyle Pitts is my guy.
But no, him playing second fiddle to Kyle Pitts on the Falcons led by Marcus Mariota is not the most attractive landing spot for Jameson Williams right now. I mean, It could be a year from now when they draft a bona fide QB1 in a QB-rich draft, and their O-line pick from earlier works. Or no, you know what I mean. You know what I mean.
Yep. Just checking, just refreshing.
Yeah, thanks, Crumply Heads.
The other player to peak, this is not fantasy related, but obviously everyone's talking about Jermaine Johnson right now. He's a favorite of teams in the top 10, still on the board. Would be a big boost for a player like Elijah Moore if the Jets do not, in fact, take a receiver with one of their 2 picks. And Corey Davis,
right now
who we have been pounding the table for.
The top available here for what it's worth from the NFL Network. It's Kyle Hamilton, safety, Trent McDuffie, cornerback, and Tyler Linderbaum, center. I don't know if they go any of those positions because their top needs, as they list here, are quarterback and wide receiver and linebacker, and I would agree with that, especially with quarterback and wide receiver. But it'll be interesting. Do you have any rumors coming your way?
Don't see anything here, not yet. But just keeping this feed refreshed. There's a Seattle beat reporter. He's more of like an analytics guy. He's hoping Charles Cross at this point falls to the Seattle Seahawks.
They do need O-line help.
Yep.
And if they do roll with Drew Lock or trade for Baker Mayfield, solid O-line will do nothing but help.
Eagles beat reporter Jimmy Kempski, one of my favorite follows on Twitter, says the Giants made 2 good picks.
They did.
And they did.
Yeah. Joe Sheen making good moves.
Gettleman is out. Sheen is in.
All right, Seattle's on the clock to pick us in for the Falcons.
Falcons are making a selection here. Wow. It's a wide receiver.
What'd they do?
It's a wide receiver. The Falcons are selecting wide receiver Drake London from USC. Oh, wow.
Yes,
so Drake London is the first receiver off the board. Will, your boys made a move.
I'm
Falcons select.
I'm so glad. That's the best case scenario for me, I have to admit. I really didn't want Jameson Williams going to the Falcons. I really didn't want Garrett Wilson going to the Falcons.
Oh, we are so off Drake London.
Oh, man. And finally something fantasy relevant.
Sorry, I don't mean to be
here,
so reactive to something that happens.
Yeah, I mean, it's a terrible landing spot for him.
Yeah, give me your thoughts. I mean,
he is going to tumble down rankings. He is not going to be. A lot of people had him top 3. I would say he's more back to being top 6, top 7, top 8 wide receiver. He should be picked still in the first round by the majority of people. But I mean, with him being the first wide receiver off the board, it pushes some of these wide receivers towards the better teams. So the Packers are going to get a good wide receiver. The Saints have a chance to get a good wide receiver. The Chiefs have a chance to get a good wide receiver. So, wow, Drake London going to one of the weakest landing spots. That is interesting. That's great for Kyle Pitts. Look, you got to be happy for your Kyle Pitts.
The glass half full. The glass half full on London is he is probably stepping into the wide receiver 1 role on this team.
He's going to get usage.
He's going to get usage, and he's officially a top 10 pick. He's going to get a ton of work. I don't want to totally poo-poo him, even though I am in agreement with you. He's going to fall, and we have not been very big fans of his anyway. That being said, this is actually, a sneaky spot. It's going to be inconsistent, and it's probably going to be frustrating at times this year because the Falcons are a very good chance there's just not going to be a very good offense. But London is going to get a ton of work. Something to just call out in his favor. I agree, though, ultimately, I had the 8th overall pick in a 1 quarterback rookie draft. I now feel good having traded that 8th pick because I'm not really sure what's going to be there, but there's going to be a teardrop. Because other players are going to end up in better situations.
One thing that I would consider doing, just looking at how I view Drake London, I'm going to let somebody else draft him, and then halfway through the year next year, when things aren't going that well for Drake London, despite the fact that he should have all this usage, he's still going to be. I mean, how many targets did Russell Gage have? Like, I don't expect Drake London to burst onto the scene and be like a wide receiver 2. I think he's going to be a wide receiver 3, at which point you can probably buy him for less than whatever anybody invested in him for, and then reap the benefits of 2023 when they draft a good quarterback. So that's how I would probably be approaching Drake London. I would not be investing top 8, top 10 draft capital in him myself, but I will go next year and say, what do you want? A guy that didn't work out on my team from this year that I drafted later in a 2nd-round pick?
Yeah. What can I get for that? Yeah, not a bad plan.
Because Drake London could end up being
a little bit of comparison, obviously.
Terrace Marshall. Everybody loved Terrace Marshall last year. He went to a bad team with a bad situation. Drake London is going to a bad team with a bad quarterback situation, and it could look ugly for him in year 1. It could look better for him in terms of once he gets a better quarterback in there, which should happen in 2023. So yeah, that's how I'm going to be approaching Drake London, knowing that he's on the Falcons. This does help a little bit for my, if you have any, for my opinions on Marcus Mariota.
Oh yeah,
that helps Marcus Mariota for 1 season. But Garrett Wilson, in that Davis Mills territory for me. As just he is a 1 season buy.
I feel good about the landing spots for Garrett Wilson and Jameson Williams now.
Yes, so do I.
They're going to be good.
I mean, you alluded to the Seattle Seahawks picking a O-lineman here, Cross, you said they were looking at?
Could go Charles Cross. They could go Jermaine Johnson. Hell, they could go.
But that means that Jameson Williams, Garrett Wilson is going to be going to the Jets here. Most likely. I mean, we could see 2 wide receivers go with the Jets and the Washington football team. The Washington Commanders, rather.
We could see a good wide receiver fall to Washington. We knew that they are a team that absolutely wants a wide receiver.
And I know people have been mocking cornerback to the Vikings. But the Vikings could go out and get a wide receiver, too. They're a dark horse to get a wide receiver, I believe. They are.
They are, but, like, it's not one of their
Adam Thielen is 32 years old. I know that's very good at scoring touchdowns, but
I'm not worried.
If you have a window with Kirk Cousins here, if you're the Vikings, you have a window with Kirk Cousins, you want to open it up a little bit more and not just run 2 wide receiver sets, which is antiquated in the NFL, then, I mean, it would kind of bode well for you to draft a wide receiver here. It would.
It's not a bad idea. I think they need defense. I think they should take McDuffie. Their secondary is weak. I mean, Justin Jefferson is that good, and Adam Thielen is good enough.
Or Kyle Hamilton, if he falls, and just have one of the strongest safeties in the league for the foreseeable future.
I think that's a much larger need, personally. I think for Minnesota,
most likely.
I hear you about, like, yes, you just have a window. You have a small window with Kirk Cousins, maybe literally only this year. They need defense. I don't think scoring's an issue for Minnesota, at least not yet.
Fair.
Not with a player like Justin Jefferson. And Kirk Cousins has proven to be good enough to and is good enough to elevate the play of less guys down on the depth chart.
They can get a wide receiver in the top 50 too.
I think it would be, I mean, again, they could, but I think it would be a mistake relative to their other needs. Let me check Twitter, because it's been 2 minutes.
Pick is in for the Seattle Seahawks, and the Jets are on the clock here. As a person who just bought Elijah Moore, I am not. I personally, selfishly hope that the Jets don't go wide receiver here, but they probably will.
The Seahawks have selected offensive tackle Charles Cross.
There we go.
That leaves Jermaine Johnson, who Connor Hughes, he is the feed that I have been following all night long and has been on it on every pick. Just tweeted not too long ago that Jermaine Johnson is a favorite of the Jets and is still on the board.
Man, we got a lot of fallers going on here. We got a lot of falling going on here based off of what everybody was doing in their mocks. They were pushing up these skill position players, and I mean, to have Drake London be the only skill position player and quarterback drafted in the first 10 rounds. This is literally what happened in 2013 with, I mean, it's Tavon Austin. I'm not going to compare Drake London to Tavon Austin here, but wide receiver went 8. No other fantasy relevant quarterback, wide receiver, running back, whatever in the first round. And that was in 2013 when people were really overvaluing running backs. So, I mean, let's hope the outcome of that draft isn't the same as this draft. Let's hope the first quarterback drafted doesn't turn into EJ Manuel.
Oh, we're about to. Well, we'll find. They're coming. The fantasy picks are coming, and we get one with Drake London already.
Two past draft classes, and that was the one that stuck out to me.
I gotcha. Yeah. Gotcha. The one that I keep going back, again, I need to verify this, but like when Dwayne Haskins was the first quarterback off the board at like 15, I think it was 15 or 16. It's shaping up to be something like that as it pertains to Malik Willis or Kenny Pickett.
Yeah. You got any
Will wasn't expecting Drake London, but that's okay. Sorry. So I haven't seen anything about the Jets yet. But it is confirmed that the Seahawks are taking the last top offensive tackle prospect, at least as far as this high, with Charles Cross.
I'm still unpacking this Drake London thing. I really am.
I see a lot of people on Twitter who are excited about it.
A lot of people love Drake London.
Calling him the wide receiver.
We're the outliers, man. We are the ones. Us. It's basically us and like Graham Barfield, who don't like Drake London.
And I love Graham Barfield. That man is a source of fantastic. Like, he knows his shit. Sorry, yeah. It's the NFL draft. I'm cursing. Fine. I'll be nice. I'm not going to go every other word.
I'll allow it.
But Graham Barfield is fantastic. He's an excellent fantasy football source of information, knowledge, and research. If he doesn't like a player, I don't like that player. Simple as that.
Charles Cross listed officially at 9. Jets on the clock here.
Jets on the clock. Connor Hughes, don't fail me now. So Drew Lock gets some help. Drew Lock gets some help. Rashad Penny gets some help. Saquon Barkley gets some help. Christian McCaffrey gets some help. And Rashad Penny gets a little bit of help. Not to mention whoever the Panthers quarterback is, Daniel Jones.
So that Dwayne Haskins draft, you had T.J. Hawkinson go in the top 10. You had Daniel Jones go in the top 6.
Oh,
and
that's
you had
right.
Kyler
Jones
Murray
was
go
the first quarterback that year at 6.
No, Kyler Murray went first. So that draft class doesn't quite equate the same as far as a wide receiver being the only one drafted at 8, and maybe a quarterback being drafted halfway through the teens. The last time we saw that happening was Tavon Austin, EJ Manuel. Let's hope this draft class doesn't end up like that draft class.
Isn't it ironic that the Seahawks finally address offensive line as soon as Russ leaves town?
Yo, oh man, that's a Seahawks move.
That stings, doesn't it?
They must be really trying to build around Drew Lock.
Drew Lock gets a nice upgrade. Him and Rashad Penny get a nice upgrade, and so does Christian McCaffrey and Saquon Barkley.
Will, tell us how you really feel about this Drake pick. Tell us how you really feel.
Yeah, love to know. Just keeping Twitter refreshed because we're all very invested in what the Jets are going to do here at 10. If they take Jermaine Johnson, the wide receivers I think are going to start to flow. The floodgates are at the cusp. They're about to open.
Yeah, we're gonna see a run. When it happens, it's gonna be a deep run.
I'm looking forward to it.
I mean, you got the Philadelphia Eagles primed to be taking a good wide receiver
J-Mo, baby,
here.
please, J-Mo, baby,
I think there's a chance that he goes at 11. I think there's a chance that there is a chance that he goes at 13. And then what I was talking about with Brandon Cooks makes sense because. Sorry about that.
If we get Garrett Wilson, I will attempt a cartwheel.
I like you think it's not a safe bet to say he's going to the Vikings. That is a stretch. He's not going to the Baltimore Ravens. That's a stretch. So between right now where we're at pick 10 with the Jets and the Eagles at 15, you're really only worried about the Jets, who you say are picking a cornerback or a O lineman,
D line or Jermaine, it's Jermaine Johnson, and he's an edge guy.
And the Falcons, and the Texans.
Right.
Wow, man. Wow. Yo, how would you feel?
The second wide receiver is off the board.
Ooh, who is it?
The Jets are selecting wide receiver Garrett Wilson,
Ooh,
Ohio State.
Okay.
So he ends up going to the Jets. The Jets do spend high premium capital on a wide receiver as expected. Drake London was being mocked to them as high as 4 for a long time. As it turns out, they pass, take their favorite defensive player, and settle for Garrett Wilson, who this channel likes significantly more than Drake London. He goes 10th overall.
But we were just talking about this before the draft started. We were talking about, Garrett Wilson going to a bad landing spot, or a landing spot that not a bad landing spot, a landing spot that we didn't love, and possibly a Jameson Williams or one of these other wide receivers coming in and going to a great landing spot like Treylon Burks to the Packers or something like that. This could be what we're seeing here. We could technically see Garrett Wilson fall here with that pick, considering they have Elijah Moore. They don't have a high-octane offense with Zach Wilson at the helm, and Corey Davis is expected to play significant snaps for them. So it'll be.
Oh yeah, they paid him. So.
I don't love that landing spot, man.
Stock up Zach Wilson.
Yes, I don't love that landing spot for Garrett Wilson. I love Garrett Wilson, the prospect. I don't love that pick.
Slim, is there any astrology with the two people with the same last name, Wilson to Wilson? We need Slim's astrology here to make you feel a little better. What's the Wilson to Wilson connection? I know that's not astrology, but there's got to be something out there.
Star-studded. There you go.
I'm honestly, I think I feel okay about him. I think I would still take, I mean, yes. Do I maybe move him down a little bit to maybe 4-ish? Like, okay, fine, sure. But I think I still feel okay about Garrett Wilson. We like the player very much. Zach Wilson is an intriguing young quarterback with escapability and a big arm. They still can't really, they don't have an elite rushing attack. I think they're going to throw the ball some here, and they're still very much a work in progress on defense. Now, the drafting of Sauce Gardner presumably helps that, but he's a rookie defensive back. We can expect good things, but we can't possibly fix the whole defense in one season type of expectations on him. The Jets are still very much a work in progress. If they're throwing the ball, Garrett Wilson's going to get plenty of work. I think 100 targets is absolutely fair.
Garrett Wilson being drafted in the top 10 really bodes poorly for Corey Davis. He's still there. He's going to get work. They re-upped with Braxton Berrios. He's still there. He's going to get some kind of work. Not a ton, but some kind of work that's going to take away targets from Garrett Wilson. And I'm not fully in on Zach Wilson. I like his prospects of growing in year 2. I'm not fully in on Zach Wilson as a quarterback long term, because we've seen quarterbacks come in. What?
Sorry, wrap up your thought. We got to trade.
Oh, well, run with it. I don't need
the Washington Commanders are trading back from number 11. That's all I got from Ian Rappaport. Washington Commanders are trading back with the Saints. The Saints are moving up.
Malik Willis, man, it's happening.
Malik Willis is about to be drafted to the New Orleans Saints.
That has to be it.
That's got to be the pick.
Wow. Okay.
That's huge. The Saints are trading up. I need to text my dad.
Wow. Yo, Ro, how you feel about that? How you feel about that, man?
Bring Jameson home to me, please. This takes a team, a wide receiver needy team moves back to 16. I have to imagine, right?
The only team you have to worry about right now is the Texans.
Oh, baby.
And honestly, if you want to throw a third at the Texans, you could probably move up.
I don't think you need to. I don't want to trade up for a wide receiver. I would only make a move. I am of the mindset of you only trade up to get a quarterback. That's that's the plan, right? Or that's what you should do. Don't trade up for a wide receiver, even if it's just a 3rd round pick. Saints on the clock, officially at 11. It's got to be Malik time. It's got to be.
Man,
sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off about
here, so I don't see it yet. But
real quick, to just you were talking about Corey Davis.
No, I was just talking about how Garrett Wilson's going to fit in here. He is a top 10 pick. He's going to get targets. Top 10. You don't get drafted in the 1st round and not get targets. It's just. It hurts if you have Elijah Moore and you were expecting to draft Garrett Wilson. I'm in that position. I was expecting to draft Garrett Wilson. I have Elijah Moore. Just acquired Elijah Moore. Now it's like, do I invest in 2 wide receivers in the same offense that's not projected to be high octane? That's rough, but that's a personal issue. So whatever. But Garrett Wilson in a vacuum, do you still draft him? Yeah, you follow the talent.
Oh,
Garrett Wilson is
is
the best all-around wide receiver talent in this draft. He's the most bulletproof prospect. Coming in young, produced at a high rate in a tough conference on a good team. I mean, the Jets got a good receiver. If you're a Jets fan, you got to be happy. You got to know that this is. Both of the moves that they made in the top 10 are moves that you make when you want to start, when you really want to keep up with the other teams in your division. You got the Bills, who are obviously a Super Bowl contender. You have the Miami Dolphins, who now have, through what they've done in the offseason, have pushed themselves up to playoff contender. So the Jets want to keep up. They don't want to be the Patriots as it stands right now. So getting Stingley and then turning around and getting Garrett Wilson, being able to defend the great wide receivers that they're going to be going against twice a year. in Tyreek Hill twice and Stephon Diggs twice. Be able to at least match up to them, probably not shut them down, but at least match up well. And then getting Garrett Wilson to be able to air it out like the rest of the NFL is moving towards, all through the draft on cheap contracts. Man, I like what the Jets are doing. I do, objectively, even though I'm a Bills fan. And these Saints are on the clock. They got to be going, Malik. Do you have any news?
So, no, Connor Hughes, he's a Jets beat reporter. He said he's done tipping for a little while. He needs to write some articles because the Jets have made their 2 top 10 picks. So we might slow down a little bit, but I still follow a bunch of beat reporters who are still, they have their,
Jameson Williams to the Eagles, bro.
Everywhere. What's that?
Jameson Williams to the Eagles.
Don't tempt me. Okay, some details about the trade. The Commanders they are trading pick 11 to the Saints. The Saints are sending to Washington for the 11th pick in the draft, the 16th pick in the draft, the 98th pick in the draft. That's a 3rd-round pick, and the 120th pick in the draft. That's a 4th-round pick. Not too much capital to move up 5 spots. I would say that's if the Saints are, in fact, looking to go get a quarterback to roll the dice on for the 2022 season and or beyond. Not too big of a haul needing to trade up to presumably take a quarterback here.
And if it's a quarterback that they want to just let sit, they still have Jameis Winston. They still have, they have Andy Dalton. So those are 2 good veterans for a guy to sit behind and learn from. I mean, Jameis Winston, you can talk about how good of an NFL quarterback he is, but I mean, he's fought through adversity and has shown that. And Andy Dalton's one of the steadier backups in the league, steadier veterans in the league. 2 great guys to learn from, and then you unleash Malik Willis, like the Baltimore Ravens did halfway through their Lamar Jackson's rookie season, when they started out with Flacco and then moved into Lamar Jackson. I could see the same thing happening for the Saints. Start with one of their vets and then slowly sprinkle in and move towards Malik Willis because he is a raw prospect. But and we still don't know that's the pick. But I mean, let's be real. That's got to be the pick here.
Just looking around, checking to see if there's any other updates. Nothing yet.
Yeah, love the take, Slim. Love the take.
I gotta see it. Great compatibility. So there you go.
Yeah, NBC Sports Edge is saying that Garrett Wilson is a more athletic Calvin Ridley. I mean,
whoa.
Come on now.
Albert Breer, verified source. What? The Saints are taking Ohio State wide receiver Chris Olave.
Wow, they traded up for Olave? Okay.
They traded up for Olave.
So disregard everything I said. They're going all in with Jameis Winston, and it's Chris Olave.
I might have traded for him this offseason.
And Michael Thomas going side by side here for the foreseeable future.
I might have traded for Jameis this offseason. Oh man.
Oh
wow.
Dude.
They traded up for Olave. So
well,
the
that
Saints
means it's got to be unless there's another trade here, or unless the Texans make a move for Jameson Williams. I mean, you're probably going to get Jameson Williams here.
Stop! Don't give me hope.
Or Treylon Burks. I mean,
the Lions have traded up. The Lions have traded up to the 12th pick for Field Yates.
Right.
This
Malik
is
Willis,
it.
This is it.
This is it. Who had the 12th pick? The Vikings?
Yeah.
The Vikings just traded out. Presumably they moved back.
Wow. Okay. Yo, I'm loving this movement. Okay. Well, let's unpack Chris Olave.
Wow. Now the dominoes are falling. Let's unpack
Chris Olave to the Saints. Let's unpack Chris Olave to the Saints. Chris Olave.
We have to do it.
I mean, what is he? Jameis's new. Is he Jameis's new Chris Godwin? Right.
He very well could be. He very well could be. He starts immediately.
To Michael Thomas's Mike Evans, is that
he starts
the new Chris Godwin?
Immediately. Yep. He starts immediately on the outside for them. Olave starts immediately for the Saints, immediately leapfrogs everybody on the depth chart not named Michael Thomas. Jameis Winston has supported multiple high-end options at wide receiver before. This is a Saints defense that played very well last year. Could there be a little bit of regression built in? We'll see. It's still a pretty good defense. But Jameis, regardless, if this team is without Alvin Kamara for the first 6 games of the 2022 season, they're going to be throwing the ball a lot as long as Jameis Winston is healthy. This is a great landing spot for Olave, and they traded up assets to get him. This man is going to be heavily involved in this Saints offense. Olave's redraft ADP just skyrocketed, probably higher. Maybe he doesn't leapfrog Drake London or Garrett Wilson as far as being drafted, but he's much closer to them now than he was before. Olave, a massive boost in value, not only going at pick number 11, but his team traded up to get him. Huge.
Yeah, and I mean, Jameis Winston can air it out with the best of them. I mean, he's aired out to the point where he's leading the league in interceptions because he's just airmailing it on every other play. We've seen that from him. He has been more conservative in recent memory, so we could see a better Jameis Winston moving forward, especially with the weapons that he's going to be having this next year in Michael Thomas and Chris Olave. But you look at what the rest of the cupboard that he's going to be working with. Alvin Kamara is a little bit of a question mark. You have Adam Troutman, who we love in the dynasty community and the fantasy community, but he hasn't worked out yet. So Chris Olave, I mean, you loved Brandon Cooks coming in as a New Orleans Saint.
I did.
Is Chris Olave in the same boat for you as a guy that's speedy, very quick and speedy, but a great route runner too? Good,
slightly different skill set.
Good,
yeah, but
NFL head on his shoulders.
But
going to the Saints, I mean,
yeah. With a quarterback who we've seen support multiple high-end options at the position. Stock way up for Chris Olave. The Lions, according to Benjamin Solak, are trading up to take wide receiver Jameson Williams.
Oof. Wow.
2 trades in a row, and this is only confirmed from one Twitter source so far. We'll see if it's legit in other.
The fall of Malik Willis is real.
Yup.
Do the Texans go Malik Willis here then?
They could.
And you could go Treylon Burks. The Eagles could go Treylon Burks. The Eagles. So
now at this point, I would take Jermaine Johnson if he's there.
Okay.
Because the Eagles have a huge need at edge rusher. If Jameson Williams is in fact gone and Jermaine Johnson falls to 15, I would take him and feel just fine about that and see if Burks is available to me at 18. That's what I would do.
Oh, man, this first round is interesting, but, I got to admit, for a
Olave
dynasty league that I'm in, it hurts because I got Elijah Moore and I got I got Elijah Moore and Amon-Ra. Acquired him this offseason.
Amon-Ra will be fine. Jameson Williams plays on the outside. Amon-Ra will be the
guys that
guy.
I had penciled in to draft were Garrett Wilson and Jameson Williams at 103 and 104. And
I guess you're going to have to trade me your picks.
I might.
Guess you're going to have to trade back to the 107.
Talk to me.
Are we going to broker a trade right here live during the NFL draft?
No, we're going to do it offline, but talk to me.
We'll do it offline. Honestly, man, I don't think you should be that worried about Amon-Ra St. Brown. Jameson Williams is going to play on the outside. Amon-Ra can play anywhere, especially in the slot. The Lions were not going to forever go into their season with Josh Reynolds and Khalif Raymond.
But I was hoping to be able to diversify the teams on which I had wide receivers. Now at this point, Chris Olave looks really pretty enticing to me because I don't have any wide receivers or tight ends on the.
Jared Goff gets a big boost.
Yeah, Jared Goff gets a big boost. DJ Chark, Jameson Williams, and Amon-Ra St. Brown, TJ Hawkinson, DeAndre Swift. That's great for Jared Goff.
Jamal Williams is coming back.
And that's great for whoever they draft at quarterback over the next 2 seasons.
Yup. That Lions offense. Here it is. The Eagles have made the trade. They are on the clock at number 13. They move up 2 picks.
Oof. What's happening?
Are the Eagles taking Malik Willis?
Yo, that would be absolutely crazy.
I'd be out of a quarterback. I'd be out of quarterbacks in my 1 quarterback league.
That would be awesome.
Lions officially take Jameson Williams. The Eagles have traded up to pick 13.
I'm loving all these trades, man. You know, if the Eagles take Malik Willis, that would be awesome. Did they trade up for Treylon?
No. No. Jermaine Johnson? Like, what did they do? I hope they didn't trade 18. The Eagles trade up with the Texans. The Texans are moving back, presumably, to either number 15 or 18. Actually, we don't know which of the two picks the Eagles are trading. Because, again, the Eagles have 15 and 18. I can't imagine they are trading both in this deal. Okay, according to Mike Garafolo, the Eagles are trading the 15th pick, the 124th pick, that's a fourth rounder, 162 and 166, those are both fifth rounders. So the 15th overall pick, a fourth rounder, and 2 fifth rounders. For the 13th overall pick, they still have 18.
And do we know what they're leaning towards? Do you have any inside information there?
The Lions fleeced the Vikings. Sorry, I missed your question. Just seeing trade details between the Lions and the Vikings.
Dan Campbell.
Sorry, what was your question?
I just want to know if you know anything about what the Eagles are thinking here, what direction they're thinking of going.
I might have to log off for the rest of the night if they take Malik Willis here. Not because I would be stunned. They could be taking Hamilton here. They could be taking Kyle Hamilton. Oh man, the Eagles gave up just to move up 2 spots. They gave up a 4th and 2 fifths. That's
a lot. That's a
lot. That's not just to move up 2 spots.
Yeah.
Just to move up 2 spots. I don't love that.
Oh, man. All right, let's unpack these wide receivers again. Drake London to the Falcons.
You might have to do this on your own while
Garrett
I watch
Wilson
what
to
the
Jets.
Eagles
Yes,
while I watch what the Eagles do.
It's your squad. Go for it. Garrett Wilson to the Jets.
Yep.
He should be on that wide receiver 2 borderline. Low-end wide receiver 2, maybe a mid-tier wide receiver 2, depending on his usage. Drake London should be a low-end wide receiver 2 just based on usage, but I don't know if he has the ceiling that everybody seems to think he does. He could. We could be completely wrong on Drake London. So I just want to caveat that. But the landing spot in terms of this year, playing with Marcus Mariota, not great. Love the landing spot for Olave. As the guy who I probably had ranked wide receiver 4 in this draft, for him to be a guy that a team traded up for in the Saints to a borderline top 10 pick and pick 11, they're going to use him, to Nick's point. They're going to use him a lot. And Jameis Winston is a good quarterback, and he's never going to have to go up against the number 1 cornerback because you have Michael Thomas on the other side there. And you do have a gaping hole in whatever's going to happen with Kamara whenever that happens.
We have the pick.
What is it? What did they do?
The Eagles moved up 2 spots to draft Georgia defensive tackle Jordan Davis, a player I was more than happy with them potentially ending up with. They must have felt like they couldn't wait till 15 to get him. They moved some late draft capital to secure him. He was absolutely a player. I said as much on I could still got that pick at 18. Could move up again if you really want to. I had been on the record, as of the past couple days off stream, that if Jameson Williams was not available, that would be fine if the Eagles can get Jordan Davis. They do, in fact, get Jordan Davis. They trade up to get Jordan Davis. They needed something of any kind along the defensive line. They address a massive need in the trenches. Championship caliber defense. Won the national championship, Georgia did. I feel okay about this pick.
What do you think the Ravens do? You think they go Kyle Hamilton and just get that safety?
They definitely need defensive help.
They need O-line help too, though. They don't they?
That's true. Villanueva, who is not a very good player but was still a starter for them, retired.
So they could go. They could go Tyler Linderbaum with that center.
They
here. They could go McDuffie at cornerback too. So this actually sets up real well for what the needs are for the Ravens. But again, not super fantasy relevant. Same with the Eagles pick. So we'll see what they do at 18. The Texans, who traded out of the 13th pick, have the 15th pick here. So the Texans, I mean, they could go Malik Willis. The Washington Commanders, I know they got Carson Wentz. I don't know if they want to like throw him under the bus and put him on the hot seat as soon as he gets there, but they could.
I think they should.
I think they should too. They could technically draft Malik Willis.
I think they should.
But Malik Willis could fall to the Steelers at 20.
Yeah, this is a very real possibility now.
This is crazy.
Iron, no. I don't think it's a bad move to pick Jameson with the 104. This is an offense that's going to throw a lot, and the draft capital is clear. Again, I'll make the same argument about Olave that I made about Jameson Williams. Jameson Williams, his team just traded up assets to get him, to secure him. The landing spot, at least right now in the short term, is a little bit better for Olave because let's call it what it is. Jameis Winston is a better quarterback than Jared Goff when healthy.
But that's going to change. And by 2023, they're going to draft a quarterback next year. They are. Yeah. They're going to. And if Jameson not one Williams, this year, to let him sit for a year. They're going to.
Look, I said he would go in the top 15. He goes at 12. The team traded up to get him. He's going to be heavily utilized. He instantly slots in as the wide receiver 1 on the outside for the Detroit Lions with very little direct competition. I'm not talking about Amon-Ra St. Brown right now because they play two different positions entirely. They will be on the field in 2 receiver sets or absolutely 3 receiver sets with Amon-Ra in the slot. Jameson Williams is going to get heavy usage in an offense that wants to throw the ball anyway. And it still has a defense that is very much a work in progress and has not been good for several years. This team will be throwing a lot in 2022. They'll be throwing often. Jared Goff, Malik Willis, whoever they actually end up, it's going to be probably Jared Goff in 2022 with these moves. He'll be just fine. You can draft him at 104. If you want to draft him at 104 over Garrett Wilson, who I love, you're not going to hear much of an argument from me. If you want to draft him over Olave,
DJ Chark, they have him on a 1-year deal. So as soon as DJ Chark leaves, Jameson Williams, he'll be fully recovered from his injury. He'll be in there year 2 in 2023 with whoever they draft at quarterback in 2023, whether that's CJ Stroud or Bryce Young or somebody like that. I mean, the Lions, despite this move, despite how good of a move this is for their future, they're not expected to be winning a ton anytime soon.
Nope.
They were. I mean, they had a team that had a lot of heart, but they didn't have many dubs in the win column last year. So they're going to be picking high. They're going to have a shot at one of the better quarterbacks next season. And I mean, Jameson Williams to the moon then, because I mean, if Jameson Williams is playing with a CJ Stroud or a Bryce Young or another quarterback who rises in next year's class, we could be looking at a very special fantasy player as soon as 2023.
Absolutely.
Because he would relegate Amon-Ra St. Brown to the secondary role in the offense. Maybe even the tertiary role in that offense, depending on the growth of T.J. Hawkinson. But Jameson Williams goes in there, and he's the number 1 wide receiver for him when they're healthy. So, yeah, you might not love the landing spot, but Jameson Williams deserves to be drafted high.
But we love the talent. All right, the Ravens are on the clock. Do we have any news from them? We're rumored to be hot on Jordan Davis, hence the Eagles deal. So that's clearly what it is. They clearly valued him. The Ravens probably wanted Jordan Davis. The Eagles steal him. Ravens are probably considering defensive help.
Texans on the clock. The pick is in for the Eagles and the Ravens.
There you go.
This draft feels like it's going kind of fast.
There was a run real quick where like a couple teams from like 9, 10, 11, 12 were like, yeah, we know what we want to do here.
They were decisive at running to the table, right?
Yep.
But I mean, we don't. The Chargers are kind of a wild card at 17.
They could take Penning. He's been mocked to them a lot. They need an offensive lineman.
The Saints have another pick here at 19. The Eagles have another pick here at 18. I mean, if Malik Willis falls to 20, we could see him absolutely go to the Saints here. And then, I mean, then I think it's, 21. The Eagles could, I mean, the Patriots could go Treylon Burks. 22, the Packers could go Treylon Burks. 23, I think the Arizona Cardinals have need at wide receiver. They could go Treylon Burks. 24, the Cowboys, we know they have loved Treylon Burks throughout the process. So I believe Treylon Burks will be drafted before the 25th spot.
I agree.
As far as the fall of Malik Willis goes, the thing is, after a certain point, none of these better teams need a quarterback.
Eventually,
so we could, I mean, if he falls far enough, barring a trade up into the second round, into the first round from the second round or something like that, we could see Malik Willis drop out of the first round and then no quarterbacks be drafted in the first round.
Could be.
Which would be crazy.
The Ravens pick is, according to Aaron Wilson, who works for, I think he works for Pro Football Network. He does. Ravens are drafting Notre Dame All-American safety Kyle Hamilton. I think that's a great pick for the Ravens.
Yeah, that's a Ravens pick.
Yep.
That is absolutely a Ravens pick.
Apparently, the Ravens wanted Jordan Davis. Again, I already mentioned this, but hence why the Eagles made the trade up to get him.
That's not in on the system yet, but
okay. But the Ravens then settle for a guy who fills another need.
There we go. Now it's in on the ticker, and nothing in on the Ravens, but the Texans are on the clock here at 15. Do they go Malik Willis now that he's fallen this far?
Myriad of ways they can go.
Wide receiver?
They could. On the board, Tyler Smith is still on the board. Lindenbaum is still on the board. Jermaine Johnson is still on the board.
Faller. Nah, man, this first round has been crazy.
It's been good.
So how do you feel about this Jordan Davis pick? Are you happy?
I'm not crazy about the move.
You wanted the guy that went ahead of him, but
yeah, I think they panicked a little bit because Jermaine Johnson was still on the board. And Kyle Hamilton was still on the board, plus Davis. You were guaranteed one of those three players anyway. You moved up 2 spots, traded 3 picks to make it happen. That's a lot of capital on a team that absolutely needs to find a way anyway to add young talent. I know we're talking about 5th-round picks, but guess what? They've worked out before. All it takes is one guy. So that's a lot of capital to move up 2 spots when there were 3 really good players there that they would have ended up with any one of them without the trade anyway. So not a fan. Overall, not a fan.
This first round's been wild. All right. Basically, the pick is already in for the Ravens, as you said. The Texans are on the clock here. Do they trade out again? Do they take a guy? That's funny. The pick 16 has gone from Indianapolis to Philadelphia to New Orleans to Washington.
It's just getting passed around.
Yep.
Jordan Davis is 6'6", 340 pounds. That's something.
Anything from Twitter?
Nothing from Twitter yet. Things are slowing down a little bit.
What route are you feeling from the Eagles at 18?
Could go Burks. Could go Burks.
Brees Hall?
No.
There's no O-line. Do you guys need O-line help at all, or is your O-line good?
They have. I mean, Lane Johnson's getting older, so they could use a tackle. But Kelsey is probably at the end. So honestly, Lindenbaum wouldn't be awful. As an heir apparent. They still have Mailata, who's young. Sayamalu is okay, or has improved. So yeah.
Now the pick is in for the Ravens and the Texans. So we
should
be getting the
Ravens
Texans picks pretty soon on Twitter. And Washington is on the clock here.
We know the Ravens pick. They're taking Kyle Hamilton. Let's see what the Texans do here. Well, there's a name. According to Aaron Wilson, he covers the Texans. Texans are selecting Texas A&M offensive lineman Kenyon Green.
Okay. That's the first Raiders-like pick that we've seen. Right? I mean, I haven't heard of.
Maybe more of a Gruden pick, but yeah.
Yeah, there we go. That's what I was alluding to.
Oh, yeah,
just
Gruden
the
pick.
First pick where it's like, I don't know if I've heard of that guy.
So he was there. He has been mocked closer to the end of the first round. This is a little higher than I think he was originally projected to go. Leapfrogs several names.
Offensive tackle, you said?
Yeah,
okay.
From Texas A&M.
All right,
so
they need help in the trenches there, so I don't hate that for them.
I mean, the need is there. If that's the guy that they like, then go for it. Man, Jermaine Johnson is still on the board.
I can't believe a quarterback is going this far. I mean, I don't think Malik Willis slides out of the first round because, I mean, if the Steelers don't go for him, I do think the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have need at a young guy that can sit for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Now, do they pull an Aaron Rodgers, Jordan Love with Tom Brady in the twilight of his career, where in maybe his last year, instead of going skill position player to help him out? I don't know. It seems like it would be a safer bet for them to get a third-round quarterback than a first-round quarterback.
Sure.
Kyle Hamilton pick is in for the Ravens. I see that.
Yeah, that's been announced.
Yep.
Just waiting to see what and the Texans took Kenyon Green.
Washington on the clock. Washington's a wild card. I don't know.
I mean, hell, Carson Wentz is on his last legs in the NFL. They could take Malik Willis.
They could go O-line and just solidify.
They could take Treylon Burks. They need a wide receiver.
They could.
They could surprise everybody and take Sky Moore.
Is that what you're hoping for? They could take Trent McDuffie. NFL says they do have a need at cornerback, so they could take Trent McDuffie here. I don't know what their O-line situation is.
Could take McDuffie. Washington's?
God, if Treylon Burks have Washington, I mean, if you're talking about like a bunch of, I mean,
do they still?
We talked about how great the players themselves are, but these landing spots for these wide receivers are not appetizing. If Treylon Burks goes to what?
Bro,
what?
We got a big trade.
What?
This is confirmed by Ian Rappaport and Mike Garafolo. I don't know the full details, but the Ravens are sending wide receiver Marquise Hollywood Brown to the Arizona Cardinals.
Wow.
Okay,
Rashad Bateman. All right.
Rashad Bateman to the moon and Mark Andrews.
For the 23rd pick.
Is that what the deal is?
I see him on the board right now, 23rd pick. The Ravens are on the board.
Stock down Lamar Jackson.
Wow.
Ravens have traded Marquise Brown and the 100th overall pick. That's a fourth-round pick, close to the top of the fourth round, to the Cardinals for pick 23. Okay. Wow.
Okay. All right.
Stock up Kyler Murray.
is if his stock needed any more pushing up. I mean, we've been talking about Kyler Murray being a top 2 points per game quarterback perennially for the past, 2 seasons? When healthy, caveat, when healthy. But him getting a field stretcher like that, I mean,
this is wild.
That's not great for Rondale Moore.
It's not great for Rondale Moore.
You can pretty much forget about AJ Green. But wow, this is interesting. Rondale Moore, huge boost. Mark Andrews, huge boost. Huge boost for Mark Andrews.
We got the Commanders pick in.
Okay.
Washington is taking Penn State wide receiver Jahan Dotson at 16.
Okay, wow. Okay.
Wow.
Jahan Dotson goes earlier than expected.
Goes early.
Not to the greatest landing spot in the world. So it still leaves hope for still leaves hope for Treylon Burks to the Eagles, or maybe to the Patriots or the Green Bay, which I would like much more than a landing spot on the Commanders. But it's the first in that second tier group of wide receivers to be drafted over Treylon Burks, to be drafted over George Pickens. Even though George Pickens has probably fallen into that second tier now. But that's interesting. That's interesting that Jahan Dotson was thought of well enough to be drafted higher than Treylon Burks.
According to Graham Barfield, the Cardinals wanted Jamison Williams, but knew they had no chance at 23. Hollywood is their perfect consolation prize.
Yeah.
I mean, it's, it's a win for the Cardinals. Obviously, from the Ravens' perspective, they took Hollywood, I think, pick 25 3 years ago, and Hollywood's probably not too far away from a big contract. Now they get a first-round pick in return. So that's the Ravens. That's the Ravens' glass half full perspective of it.
Wow.
Rashad Bateman just got a mammoth uptick in potential workload.
Wow.
Mammoth.
Wow. And if Mark Andrews wasn't your TE1 in 2022, he should be your TE1 in 2022.
Yeah, I think that's
far and away Mark Andrews TE1 in 2022. And
remember
probably 2023. They could draft a wide receiver too, but still.
Remember, we have the same exact thing did happen to Travis Kelce. Tyreek Hill got traded. So mammoth vacated target shares for both of them. I wouldn't say far and away as a result for Mark Andrews, tight end 1, but the conversation is this close.
Yeah, Bateman to the moon. I mean, he gets a target
Bateman
boost.
to the moon, man.
You saw what happened when Marquise Brown was faded out of the offense last year. I mean, Mark Andrews went crazy at the end of the year, and Rashad Bateman looked like he was getting his legs underneath him after missing the first 5 games and having to compete with Sammy Watkins as soon as he returned from that groin injury that he had before week 1. So, yeah, I mean, Rashad Bateman, low mid-tier wide receiver 2 now is what I'm thinking for him. He was a steady fantasy option last year, but he was a steady wide receiver 3. I think now he can be a steady low-end to mid-tier wide receiver 2 with basically Mark Andrews as his only target competition as it stands right now.
I need to check his underdog ADP.
Do you agree?
I mean, I think I might put him like right with just eyeballing it. I might put him right outside the top 24, but he's way above wide receiver 36. If we're just talking about like wide receiver 3 versus wide receiver 2, Let me just check the. I just want to look at Rashad Bateman's ADP, not rookies and sophomores, all players. Okay, this is giving me a super flex rank, so bear with me on this one. Rashad Bateman's ADP in Superflex is 122. So that probably directly correlates to, say, around like 90, maybe 95 ADP in a 1 quarterback league. Yeah, he's probably going to be a 7th or 8th round pick in redraft when it's all said and done. Maybe higher.
And I believe the Ravens would be turning this 23rd around into either shoring up their secondary a little bit further or going after O-line, as you alluded to, Villanueva being old, and this team being built around running the ball, it would make sense for them to invest in their O-line over a wide receiver, which really isn't their calling card. I know it's something that they did well last year, but I think they're going to miss out on Treylon Burks. They obviously have no need of Malik Willis, so the Ravens here at 23 is probably going to be a team-building move.
There's going to be a good player for them available.
Yeah, there is.
Man.
What's Washington going to do? What did they?
They took Jahan Dotson.
They took Jahan Dotson, right.
Yep.
So Chargers on the clock here.
Hunter, keep Kyler. I told you, man. I told you, don't trade. Like I at the time, you were like, man, I feel like I gotta entertain offers. He's gonna be fine. The Cardinals are making moves to keep him happy. We'll be all right. We'll be okay. Hold firm. If you have Kyler, hold, baby. Hold.
What did the Chargers do here? They've been
offensive line.
They've been an enigma. You think they go offensive line? Okay. They
so sorely need it. Nope. I was right. According to Albert Breer, the Chargers are taking Boston College guard, sounds like a basketball player, Zion Johnson at 17.
Okay.
Boston College guard, Zion Johnson. I feel like we're covering the NBA right now. Zion Johnson at 17 to the Chargers. Offensive line, as expected, they sorely needed it. The right side of their offensive line is great. The left side of their offensive line, not so much. This was a big need for them. Stock up on Justin Herbert. Stock up on Austin Eckler. Good news all around for the Chargers offense. This was a position of need. Regardless of player or not, we'll see,
Treylon Burks to the Eagles at 8. Uh-huh.
Jermaine Johnson. It's got to be Jermaine Johnson. Okay. He has fallen, and the Eagles, again, they need everything and anything on the defensive line. I like the Jordan Davis acquisition. I don't love the assets they gave up to make the pick happen, but it is what it is. No use crying over any more spilt milk. Jermaine Johnson has been a consensus top 12 pick mocked in every single mock draft. He's now available at 18. Edge rusher is a major need for the Eagles. I would absolutely be more than happy if they ultimately pass on a guy like Treylon Burks and take Jermaine Johnson.
Right now, on the NFL website, if you're looking at his profile for Jermaine Johnson, his biggest his NFL comparison, you can take a grain of salt, all that. Max Crosby.
I would take that.
Yeah, I mean, we really could see Treylon Burks fall to the Packers at 22, which would be, honestly, it would make him the wide receiver. What?
Whoa.
What?
From Sleeper, blockbuster trade. The Titans are planning to trade wide receiver A.J. Brown to the Eagles. Sources tell ESPN.
What?
No way.
Wow.
Titans are planning to trade wide receiver A.J. Brown to the Eagles.
Wow. That's crazy.
Whoa.
Okay.
The Eagles are trading for wide receiver A.J. Brown. I do not know the details yet.
So they're going Treylon Burks because they didn't want to pay A.J. Brown the contract.
Right.
The Titans. So Treylon Burks to the Titans, most likely. And A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith for the Eagles. You got to feel good about that.
I think we're getting some details. No, just some additional information. Wow. A.J. Brown to the Eagles. Look, I'm super hype as an Eagles fan, but like if Jalen Hurts is the quarterback, at least for this year, this is a slight stock down on A.J. Brown. He's still going to be fantastic, but this was the number one rushing offense in 2022. Will they be the number one rushing offense in 2021? Will they be the number one rushing offense in 2022? I would bet against that. But obviously the Eagles' bread and butter as it stands right now with this offense was the running attack. Now they have Devonta Smith and A.J. Brown. They're looking to open things up a little bit. I'm not moving A.J. Brown like that much farther down because it's not like no disrespect to Ryan Tannehill, who is more proven as a player in the NFL, but not like so significantly better than Jalen Hurts. He's a much more accurate quarterback. but this isn't one of the upper echelon quarterbacks in the NFL. Again, no disrespect. But man, this is huge.
Win now move. And yeah, we're knocking AJ Brown down a peg this year in his age 25 season, but as soon as his age 26 season in 2023,
from Bryce Young.
Either Jalen Hurts improves to the point where the Eagles aren't trying to move off him, which would bode well for AJ Brown, because if he improved that much, then great, you have a bona fide quarterback. Or CJ Stroud, Bryce Young, whoever comes in, and whether that's DJ Ukulele comes in, whoever, as the third best prospect in a good QB draft. The prospects for AJ Brown, yeah, he wasn't a highly targeted wide receiver on the Titans. So yeah, he goes from a run first team to a run first team. He goes from a quarterback who is better than Tannehill, or Jalen Hurts as a passer. But arguably you could say that he gets an upgrade as soon as 2023 based on whatever happens with the Eagles. Either Jalen Hurts grows as a passer or they get somebody who's a better passer. Interesting. So the
Eagles
Zion
offense
Johnson
is AJ Brown, Devontae Smith, and Dallas Goedert. Jalen Hurts stock up year 2022.
Zion Johnson to the Chargers. Probably
Yep,
Treylon
we got that
Burks
one.
to the Titans. And at 19,
is that confirmed?
No, but I said probably. But like would right?
appear to make sense. Would appear to make sense.
Right.
Would appear to make sense. Oh my God, my phone is blowing up with notifications. Blowing up.
One of our friends, an Eagles player, friend is saying, Eagles fan friend is saying, I don't like this draft anymore. I guess he's not high on AJ Brown.
It's okay. They'll get over it. Wow, what a move!
Are we gonna see Deebo Samuel move now too? Like, damn.
I mean, it can't be ruled out. We've seen Hollywood go. We've seen AJ Brown go.
AJ Brown traded. Wow.
So to the Eagles. I love AJ Brown. I like
this is going to probably hurt in fantasy for one season. But we're saying that about a lot of these rookies right now. I mean, I'd say that Drake London is going to hurt for one season. Jameson Williams is probably going to hurt for one season. Jahan Dotson is probably going to hurt for one season. But if Treylon Burks is the pick here for the Titans, I mean,
which would make sense
with realistically where Ryan Tannehill succeeds on the field, this could potentially be a great landing spot for Treylon Burks.
Could be. I mean,
the short dump offs, the work all over the place
is wide open. The work is wide open. Who are they starting?
Wide receiver 2. I don't know who their wide receiver 2 is.
Robert Woods.
Yes, it is. You're right.
Who's their wide receiver 1? Treylon Burks.
Yeah. He's their wide receiver 1. It's not Austin Hooper. It's not Robert Woods. Obviously, you're saying if that is the pick, they could go a different route here, but I just, to me, I believe the writing's on the wall. But you're gonna have to let us know anything on Twitter.
Just that the Eagles trade is official, acquiring AJ Brown for the number 18 and number 101 picks.
Man, that's crazy.
Titans fans are tilting right now. They are not happy. Well, the Eagles will be paying AJ Brown. There's no doubt about that. Jermaine Johnson is still on the board.
Where's
Jermaine Johnson still on the board? What's that?
Where's Jelani Woods getting drafted?
Pick 18 to the Titans. Yeah, Iron, this is true. AJ Brown to the Eagles. If you have him in Dynasty, we might have to pump the brakes a little bit for 2022, but this is by no means a sell move, like a sell low move.
No. If anything, I would be trying to buy him right now.
Yeah, sure, because
I'd be trying to buy him. I'd be trying to buy Devonta Smith. I'd be trying to buy Dallas Goedert. If there's any worsening of the thought process on drafting some of these guys and just the fantasy community, if there's any pullback by the fantasy community on these guys, basically, I'd be trying to capitalize on that. If somebody's dropping Devonta Smith way down low because AJ Brown is in here now, like, capitalize on that and get him on your team.
Sure.
With Goddard too, with AJ Brown too. Now, if Treylon Burks is the guy here, what are your rankings in terms of the top 5 wide receivers in this draft as it stands right now?
That's a good question, because Burks has fallen to the wide receiver 6, and it's official. The Titans are drafting wide receiver Treylon Burks.
Okay.
Tennessee
Malik Willis to the Steelers. Let's go.
Tennessee is officially basically flipping A.J. Brown for Treylon Burks and a 4th-round pick.
Okay.
Bold strategy. We'll see if it works out.
Bold move.
As it pertains to ranking these wide receivers,
are you Jameson Williams 1st, Garrett Wilson 2nd, Chris Olave 3rd, Treylon Burks 4th, Drake London 5th. Are you Drake London behind Treylon going to the Titans as their basically wide receiver 1? I mean, obviously in a vacuum, you'd rather have Ryan Tannehill at quarterback over Marcus Mariota.
Right.
But the Falcons are expected to get a quarterback.
The Falcons are looking to get a quarterback longer term. The long-term upside could potentially favor London over Burks. Potentially. Williams, Wilson, and Olave are in my top 3 and firmly. Despite the fact that they are in situations where they will be competing for more work than London or Burks. We're going to chase the talent. We're London and Burks. That's all opportunity. They have all the opportunity in the world. Wilson, Williams, and Olave all come into situations where they're competing for more work than London and Burks. But I prefer the talent over the situation. That's the process that we are committing to. They are in my top 3. Burks and London are going to flip-flop for 4 and 5. I would say maybe for 2022, slight edge to Burks. Beyond, I'll give the edge to London because I think the Falcons are in a better position to get a young quarterback with more upside sooner than the Titans.
And Rojo, you just got offered the 107 and the 108 for AJ Brown. Should you do that? I mean, at that point, you're hoping. What are you thinking? You got a shot at Drake London and what at the 108? What's the 108?
Walker. Maybe if the wide receiver run is real, or maybe Dotson. Probably not Walker. Dotson.
Drake London, Jahan Dotson. Yeah.
For AJ Brown,
I would probably do that because we know what AJ Brown is, and he's only 25 years old. We know that he is a top 5 dynasty, top 6 dynasty wide receiver, or was on the Titans. We do have to reevaluate, especially with these new wide receivers coming in. But he's not falling that much farther than that. If anything, maybe he's top 8.
Maybe.
But you're getting a bona fide top 8 dynasty wide receiver who's 25 years old. For guys who we're not sure, both of the guys you draft at 107 and 108, both of the guys are dart throws. So if you're giving up AJ Brown for the 107 and 108, I probably wouldn't do that. That seems like a knee-jerk reaction to what we have going on here, and I would let the dust settle. I wouldn't make any knee-jerk reactions based off of what is happening and unfolding really before our eyes still. Hold off. Your draft isn't right now.
Oh, I think I would make the trade. By the way.
You think you would make the trade? You think you would get 107 and 108 for AJ Brown?
Oh, you were offered. Oh, I'm sorry. I have it reversed. No, keep AJ Brown.
Yeah. I wouldn't make any knee-jerk reactions to trading away A.J. Brown right now. let the dust settle, see how you feel. Again, A.J. Brown is going to get a boost in 2023, regardless of how the situation plays out with Jalen Hurts. Either Jalen Hurts gets better.
Might get a boost in 2022. Yeah, might get a boost in 2022. New details. Eagles wide receiver A.J. Brown gets a 4-year extension for $100 million, $57 million guaranteed. The deal is done. The extension is done. A.J. Brown will
Eagles
be an Eagle
A.J. Brown
through the
age 27.
Through the 2026 season.
Through age 29. Through age 29, A.J. Brown is an Eagle.
Yep.
Wow.
4-year deal, $57 million guaranteed.
Is he the best wide receiver you guys have had since Deshaun Jackson in his prime?
Could be.
Immediately he comes in and he's the best wide receiver that you've had since Deshaun Jackson.
Could be. Let me see.
That's awesome.
For what?
No, just all this trade is just all these trades are just awesome. All this movement is
fun day to be
awesome.
an Eagles fan. Welcome to town,
wait to be
AJ Brown.
I can't wait to dig into some of these videos
okay.
that we're going to be doing on these trades and on these player acquisitions.
Yeah. For anybody in the might as well mention it now. For anyone in the lobby or who happens to catch this part of the stream, we will of course be doing player breakdowns after the draft is complete. You can look for those on our channel next week. We'll have everything: reactions to the trades, reaction to the landing spots of the rookies, and that's just the starting point. So keep it locked here with us.
Pick us in with the Saints. Steelers on the clock. Malik Willis.
The Saints are taking Penny. Trevor Penning.
Malik Willis season here, man?
Could be. Saints go Trevor Penning at 19. They address offensive line. Good for Jameis Winston. Good for Chris Olave. Good all the way around. Maybe for Alvin Kamara too. When if and when he's back from whatever suspension he might get slapped with. New Orleans addresses their offensive line, which they absolutely needed to after they let Teron Armstead walk in free agency and go to Miami. This is now the latest we've seen from Mike Garafolo, the latest we've seen a draft go without any quarterback selections since 1997, when Jim Druckenmiller went 26th to the 49ers.
Wow.
Druckenmiller. Don't think I ever had him on a fantasy team.
No. Oh man, what are the Packers gonna do here? Do they get Sky Moore?
Packers could get Sky Moore.
The Packers could get Sky Moore. They could get Christian Watson if they make him a riser here.
Do you think he's
they could get George Pickens if they value George Pickens here?
Pickens.
Honestly, then Pickens would jump into some people's top 5, top 4.
Yep.
Some people.
Yeah, Rojo,
I don't know
agree.
if it's going to be
Pass
dropping
on.
into ours, but
Don't trade A.J. Brown.
No.
Alex, I don't know what the wow is too, but there's been
it's just
several of those
man.
tonight.
Everything,
just
man. Everything
tonight.
is wow. Everything is wow.
Yep. Poof.
This is awesome.
I am still blown away by the Eagles getting A.J. Brown.
So am
That's
I,
wild.
man.
I would be doing backflips for y'all if I wasn't proverbial backflips if I wasn't trying to be a professional here.
I'm just kind of flabbergasted by how this all worked out. No Malik Willis landing spot right now. Drake London to the Falcons. Garrett Wilson to the Jets. Chris Olave to the Saints. Jameson Williams to the Lions. It's just Treylon Burks now wide receiver 1 for the Titans. It's crazy.
Wild.
Jahan Dotson drafted within the top 16.
The top half of the first round officially.
That's
16
great
is
draft
the cutoff
capital
of the
for
top
Jahan
half.
Dotson. Now
Paired with Terry McLaurin.
It's a question as to whether or not he is a first-round pick now because of how highly he got drafted.
What did Washington do at 6?
At 16, Jahan Dotson.
Washington did Jahan Dotson, right?
Trevor Penning for the Saints here at 19, and Steelers are on the clock.
Good for the Saints offense. Oh man, this has been wild. Steelers beat reporter just tweeted out, "Well, I'll be." And that's all he's got.
Yo, Tomlin gotta be happy. Malik,
well, I'll be.
Malik. Yo, it's happening. It's happening. It's gotta be happening.
Could be. Could be.
And then did the Patriots go Jermaine Johnson?
Man, that would be a steal for them.
That would be a Belichick steal. Yeah.
That would be a Belichick steal.
All the wide receivers off the board. Just
well, I'll
in the second round. Is it Malik?
The Pittsburgh Steelers look to be drafting out of Pitt quarterback Kenny Pickett.
Whoa.
Kenny Pickett goes 20th overall he stays home, goes from Pitt to the Steelers. The first quarterback off the board, according to Johnny McGonigal, who I believe covers the Steelers. Let me just confirm that. Pitt Football Athletics for the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. I would say that man is pretty plugged in. Kenny Pickett stays home and is the first quarterback off the board drafted to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Whoa. Okay.
Wow.
All right. A lot to unpack there.
There's a ton to unpack here. Definitely an upset. Definitely an upset.
Malik Willis is
the first quarterback off the board.
Malik Willis could fall out of the first round straight up. I mean, we got the Patriots already locked up. The Aaron Rodgers and the Green Bay Packers, Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens, Dak Prescott and the Cowboys, then the Bills, then the Titans.
They could maybe
then the Buccaneers.
Do it. The Bucs could maybe do it.
But that could alienate their quarterback to a certain extent, depending on what they want to do. Do they want to make the same mistake that the Packers made with Jordan Love? I don't think so.
No, they're going for it this year. When you're all in for a Super Bowl for 1 year, take a piece that is more likely to help you than a young quarterback.
Oh man, that would be cool.
Ooh.
But then, I mean, Green Bay, then Saints or KC, not Saints, then KC and Bengals and Vikings. And then Malik Willis falls out of the first round. That's crazy.
Wow. This is developing on Twitter, so I can't fully take credit for this thought process, but the Titans just had to part of the reason they probably didn't want to pay A.J. Brown is because of all the money they paid to Derrick Henry, a la what happened with the Cowboys paying all that money to Zeke and having to trade Amari Cooper. Now, the Titans got a much better deal than the Cowboys did because A.J. Brown is several years younger, and I think at this point it's fair to say is maybe not significantly, but he's better than Amari Cooper. Long-term end right now. But these are potential ramifications when you pay a running back a lot of money. So it's a cautionary tale for as it pertains to NFL, not fantasy, when you're thinking about drafting Breece Hall.
Which is why I didn't want the Bills to be drafting Breece
contract.
Hall.
Yep.
I want them to go quarterback here.
For that second contract, I mean, it's a lot of money.
I know they just got Trent McDuffie. That's the pick here for the Bills at 25. If he lasts, Trent McDuffie.
Yup.
They don't need D-line and Jermaine Johnson, great prospect. They don't need D-line. They just re-upped or got Von Miller. Have drafted D-line over the past few seasons high. They do not. That's not a deficiency of theirs. Cornerback is if they can. If McDuffie lasts until 25 here, which not a great possibility, but a possibility. I think he could go at 23 to the Baltimore Ravens. That would be interesting. Any news on what the Patriots are going to be doing here?
Not yet.
What the Steelers,
still waiting.
The Steelers already,
Steelers took Kenny Pickett. We unpacked it a little bit. Malik Willis might fall out of the first round. Kenny Pickett, I think, has secured himself as a first-round pick in rookie superflex drafts. He has to.
You should be looking at him after basically the top 7 pick fall off.
I think the top 7 picks should firmly be the skill position guys, Breece Hall plus the wide receivers. But Kenny Pickett should be that 8th, 9th-ish pick in Superflex rookie drafts.
And hey, if this was just the smart move and Malik Willis falls to the second round, he could still go to one of these QB needy teams and start. He could still go. I don't know if the Panthers have the same pick that they had in the first round in the second round. They still have a shot to draft him. The Titans or the Texans, same deal. If they have a first round pick early, they could still draft Malik Willis early. I don't know what happened with the Lions here because they traded up for Jameson Williams. I'm not sure what pick they gave up, but if they have a pick early in the second round still, they could still go that route. So, I mean, all is not lost with the value to Malik Willis. Just because he doesn't have that first-round draft capital, it's not a death knell for him. But it does hurt because, I mean, what was Jalen Hurts? A second-round pick.
It hurts.
Jalen Hurts was a second-round pick. So this is a guy we're expecting to be better than Jalen Hurts, but from a prospect standpoint, he's less accurate than Jalen Hurts.
Similar boat. Real quick, just to get caught up on some of these comments. Slim, is Tylan Wallace's stock up? I mean, sure. Hollywood's gone. They didn't draft or they still have the 23rd
Miles
pick.
Boykin gone.
Sorry?
Miles Boykin is gone.
Miles Boykin was released for whatever that's worth. Yeah. Was Wallace a third or fourth round pick of the Ravens last year? Something like that. So, yeah. I mean, sure. Sure. Stock up for Tylan Wallace. That's 100 some odd targets that just got vacated.
He's the third wide receiver on that depth chart now. Or second. Second?
Is he second? Yeah, he's second behind Bateman. Because Sammy Watkins is with the Packers now, right?
Right.
Hunter, who was 19, that was Trevor Penning, the offensive tackle out of where'd he go? Where'd Penning go to school? Was he like a Purdue player?
Northern Iowa.
That's right. I knew it was one of those Midwest schools that always produce good offensive linemen for what it's worth. If you need offensive line, go to Iowa, go to Wisconsin, go to Northwestern or whatever. Those cold schools in the Midwest, they produce offensive linemen. So Northern Iowa makes a lot of sense. And Burks to Tennessee, officially the team's wide receiver one, I would say.
Who you got as the wide receiver one in this draft now, though? Between Garrett Wilson and Jameson Williams, who do you have as your number one wide receiver in this year's draft?
Factoring in landing spot and the fact that they were all taken back to back to back, I will say J-Mo.
J-Mo, wide receiver one for you? Wow.
Then we'll just long-term upside. Yeah. This Lions offense is going to cook with Amon-Ra, Hawkinson, DeAndre Swift. Now you had Williams on the outside. I love Garrett Wilson, but obviously, Zach Wilson himself is a question mark, and we've already alluded to Elijah Moore and Corey Davis that they have roles locked in.
Hunter L, you're saying Green Bay, what the hell are we doing? Do you have news? If you have news, throw it in the chat. Nick, do you have anything on Twitter?
I don't. Are they taking Malik Willis because they took Jordan Love a couple of years ago?
Bro, that would be absolutely wild. That would be absolutely wild.
I would attempt a backflip on camera.
Oh, man. Oh, this draft has been crazy.
Oh, dude. I mean, I think Green Bay, Hunter, I'll be completely honest. I never pegged the Packers as somebody that they're not afraid. Like, yes, they've made trades. They traded Devontae Adams, but I think they want to stay where they're at. Use all their assets. That always has been the type of organization that they've struck me as.
Patriots they don't make splashy moves. They just don't make splashy moves, and a lot of
don't.
They just don't.
The Devontae Adams trade is the biggest thing the Packers have done in the offseason ever.
And he forced their hand because he
they definitely didn't want to do it.
Right. They gave him more money than the Raiders offered, and he just said, "No, I'd rather go play with the Raiders. Well, I'm going to force your hand. Patriots are trading back. Trade me."
Patriots are trading back. The Chiefs are on the clock here at what, 22?
Oh, man.
No,
Chiefs,
21.
Chiefs
21.
wide receiver. Chiefs wide receiver.
Chiefs Jermaine Johnson. They
have 2 picks in the late first, so.
Yep. See what happens here.
How far are the Patriots trading back?
Don't have the trade details yet. People are happy for Justin Herbert.
Pickett. How high do you draft Kenny Pickett now? Is it 8? Is it at 8 you're looking at
8
Kenny
or 9
Pickett now?
I would say 8 or 9.
And Malik Willis, considering we think he's going to fall into the second round? Are you
11, 12, maybe?
Wow,
we got to see.
We
got to see.
Willis is crazy.
We got to see. We got to see. We don't know yet.
Wow.
A team could still trade up into the first round. There's plenty of teams with capital to make it happen. Like, we got a long way to go for these last 10 picks.
Yeah.
We got a long way to go. I'm going to order some wings tonight. It's going to be late night eating, but it's going to be great. Can't wait. AJ Brown is an Eagle. Okay, so trade details. Patriots have traded the 21st pick in the draft to Kansas City in exchange for number 29, number 94, that's a third round pick, and 121, that's a fourth round pick. So, man, I do think the Eagles got fleeced a little bit on that trade up from 15 to 13 because Kansas City gave up less to fall back 8 spots. Or to jump 8 spots, to go up 8 spots. Kansas City gave up now they gave up a third. The Eagles gave up a fourth and 2/5. But Kansas City moves up 8 spots, only giving up a third and a fourth. I mean, whatever. AJ Brown is an Eagle. So New England gets 29, 94, and 121 of 1, a 3, and a 4. Kansas City trades that for the right to move up 8 spots to the 21st pick.
I mean, Malik Willis was invited to the draft. Malik Willis is there right now, is he not?
That's a great question, actually. I did not confirm that. We got confirmation from Matt Derrick. He's a Chiefs beat reporter. The Chiefs are selecting cornerback Trent McDuffie. There he goes.
All right.
Pick 21.
All right, gotta keep up with all the firepower in that division now, right?
You absolutely do. Trent McDuffie's a good pick. He definitely slides a little bit to pick 21. The Chiefs don't trade too much up to move. They don't give up too much to move up 8 spots to secure a player on defense that they definitely needed. Sounds like Honey Badger is not going to be back with the Kansas City Chiefs. He's still not signed, by the way. But it sounds like he's not going to return. They could use some secondary help. That offense is pretty well off right now anyway. Obviously not a wide receiver that they liked enough to move all the way up to 21. So stock up for Juju, stock up for Marquez Valdez-Scantling.
Matt Corral are at the draft right now.
They are.
Wow.
So this could be a Geno Smith situation where they're waiting until the second round. Remember, just because they're invited doesn't mean they dance.
And in that draft, it was that EJ Manuel drafted in the first round, drafted 16 in the first round draft, and then Geno Smith in the second. So
I thought he was drafted like 3rd overall.
Who? EJ?
EJ, yeah.
No.
Okay.
I believe it was 16. Yes, it was 16.
Got it.
Yeah.
I don't know why I thought he was drafted so much higher than he
They actually
was.
had, I believe, the 8th pick, and they traded out of the 8th pick because the Rams wanted Tavon Austin.
Ah.
And so, yes, that pick became EJ Manuel. He wasn't drafted 8, but the Bills traded back and then drafted EJ Manuel. So you're not 100% wrong there. But yeah, Malik Willis and Matt Corral are just chilling at the draft. That can't feel great.
Just waiting for something to happen.
That cannot feel great. Pick is in for the Green Bay Packers. Do you have any idea?
I don't have anything yet, but
it has to be wide receiver.
Twitter's been killing it so far for me as far as updates.
Christian Watson, George Pickens, Sky Moore.
Sky Moore makes a lot of sense, I think.
And then at that point, how high is Sky Moore overdrafted? Sky Moore could go ahead of all the quarterbacks. Sky Moore could go ahead, conceivably go ahead.
If Sky Moore goes to the
Kenny
Packers here, he's going to be like the 9th or 10th pick in super flex leagues and the 7th or 8th pick in one quarterback leagues.
Wow. Damn, dude, this is crazy.
I'm happy I traded my 8th overall pick in the one quarterback dynasty league. I feel good about that. I'll be honest. Feel good about that.
For
Claypool and a 4th. I picked up a 4th in that trade as well.
I mean, Kenny Pickett kind of squashes the Mitchell Trubisky move, does it not? Drafting Kenny Pickett in the first round, albeit at 20, it does squash the Mitchell Trubisky.
The long-term outlook? Yeah,
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely it does. Is it a stock up, though, on potentially like a little bit for Deontay and Claypool? If they're maybe a little bit more accurate quarterback, maybe a pro-ready quarterback in Kenny Pickett could give some short-term value to both Deontay and Claypool.
Yeah.
There's no accuracy concerns with Pickett, or less so, let's put it that way, than Willis. Willis has the big cannon arm. Pickett has been billed as the most pro-ready day one quarterback of this draft.
And yeah, I mean, George Pickens has a chance to go in this first round here. I mean, technically, the Ravens have a need at wide receiver now, depending on whatever else they got back in that trade.
Maybe they take Sky Moore. Maybe they take Hollywood's replacement and just make it Sky Moore.
The Cowboys technically need wide receiver. The Bills technically have a need at wide receiver. The Titans, we all know, they definitely have a need at wide receiver. The Buccaneers, they have a need at wide receiver. With Chris Godwin probably being working back from injury for at least half a year, and then they still need an Antonio Brown replacement. What did the Packers do?
The Packers pick is in.
What did they do?
The Packers will be selecting Georgia linebacker Quay Walker with pick number 22. Packers gonna Packer.
They have the 28th pick, so they can still make an offensive move, a splash a little bit here.
Packers take a lot of defensive prospects in the first round. They do it again.
George Pickens maybe is the pick at 28 then. George Pickens could be the pick at 29 for the Patriots. George Pickens or Sky Moore, whatever, could be a pick with 30 at the Kansas City Chiefs.
The Bills are on the clock. Another trade. The Bills have moved up to the 23rd spot. The Ravens are trading out, which means the Bills must be moving. The Bills are moving up. I presume 2 spots. I presume 2 spots from 25 to 23.
You're gonna find out before I know, so you gotta let me know, dude.
The Ravens are trading pick number 23 to the Bills. Details to come. Details to come.
In the first round. What are you moving up to do?
Jermaine Johnson.
You have Von Miller, man.
Not forever.
You drafted the top 2 picks last year for you were.
All right, here's the trade. The Bills trade pick number. Wait. Oh.
Hit me.
The Bills are acquiring a pick as well. No, that's not right. How are the Bills? The Bills are moving up 2 spots and acquiring a 4th round pick.
Did they trade a player?
No. This can't be right from Field Yates. The Bills trade pick 25. The Ravens trade pick 23 and 130. That can't be right. The Bills move up 2 spots and acquire an asset?
Right. Did they trade a player?
No other information about that right now. No other information about that right now. Either way, the Bills are on the clock.
Well, I'm just confused as to what kind of move they could be making here. Yes, Jermaine Johnson is on the board, but what direction, considering did they think a cornerback was going to go before them? They can't be trading up for Breece Hall. That would make 0 organizational sense.
But they could.
They could.
Looks like Rojo made the trade.
What is happening?
Rojo, excuse me. Traded AJ Brown for 107, 108, a 23 second, which is guaranteed to be the 201 and a 24 first.
I just the 24 first makes it better, but
they have special rules.
You cannot
3 firsts and a second for AJ Brown is pretty
good.
Damn good.
That's good value.
That's good value.
But you cannot. There's no way you can guarantee a pick is going to be at the 201 a year out. You can say that is the worst team in the league, but they can still go on a run. They can still pick the players that help them win as soon as this year in this year's draft.
Yep.
But you could say top 3, top 4 pick, possibly. But what is happening?
Sorry.
What is
the Bills?
Just tell me.
The Bills traded number 25 and number 130 for number 23. So they trade a 4th round pick to move up 2 spots.
Okay. Sure. But
the Bills trade a 4th round pick.
Do you know what the
I'm waiting on it. I am waiting on it. I promise I'm refreshing the timeline.
I got to go cornerback here.
I'm gonna eat so many wings tonight, guys.
The pick cannot be Breece Hall. You don't trade up for a running back. I know it was just a 4th.
How many trades have happened tonight? 6?
5 or 6, yeah.
7?
Let's keep
Draft's
it going.
been litty. Draft's been litty. I do remember there being specifically one very bad team in Rojo's team Rojo's league. I do remember that. My dog.
Is it Sky Moore? Did they trade up for Sky Moore? Oh man. Oh man, Sky Moore. Oh man. If that's true.
Is that confirmed?
I don't have it confirmed.
See it. I don't see it.
Slim says Sky Moore.
They didn't take Jermaine Johnson. Who did they take?
The pick is in. You're gonna know before me. You just refresh your Twitter, bro.
Who did they take? Working on it. There's multiple people saying that they like the Bills pick. I can't tell who they picked. Very nice sequence there. Who the hell did they take? Why is Twitter not telling me? Bills, what are we doing? All right, I gotta key in their name. Bills. Kaiir Elam, cornerback number 20, or
okay.
Florida defensive back Kaiir Elam.
All right. I don't know why you had to trade up for him, Buffalo, but it is just a 4th round pick. Okay. Not an exciting move, but that's all right.
Are the Cowboys going to get Jermaine Johnson? Ugh.
Hey, they need help on defense. They do.
Man.
Why are you trading up for... I mean, okay.
Bills jumped the Cowboys pick to select Florida cornerback Kaiir Elam. It's official.
Whatever.
Yep. So they add a defensive back. This tells me that it's like a little bit of insurance for Tre'Davious White, who is working his way back from.
Yeah, I mean, that was the smart move. I always said the Bills should be going cornerback in the draft, but to trade up for one in 2 spots
to get him up before I guess they must have felt like the Cowboys were seriously considering him, which is why they wanted to leapfrog them. They felt like a 4th round pick wasn't that bad of an additional asset to just move up 2 spots. Like, it's not like they traded a couple of picks to move up 2 spots. They traded one, traded a 4th.
Yeah.
To get their guy, secure their guy. What do you always say? What do we always say? Just go secure your guys.
Okay.
So, from that perspective, you can't be too mad about it. Sneaky need, and they fill it, according to Ian Rappaport.
I just still can't believe no Malik Willis, no... Like, nobody's even trading it back into the 1st round to do this.
Well, there's about, 7 picks to go?
Yeah.
So, we've seen it happen before.
I mean, the Vikings could do it. They re-upped with Kirk Cousins for one more season, but that's basically a 1-year deal. They excuse me.
They absolutely could do it.
We know they don't like Kellen Mond, and their other backup is Sean Mannion. So the Falcons could make the Lamar Jackson move and get their rushing quarterback at pick 32 and sit him for a year. They could.
Yep. They could.
And if he did that, if he steps into an offense as soon as 2023 or 2024, depending on what the Vikings end up doing, if they extend Kirk Cousins for another year, I'd have to look up Kirk Cousins' contract. But Malik Willis with Justin Jefferson and Irv Smith, and Dalvin Cook, he's aging, but whoever they get to be the next Dalvin Cook and whoever they get to be the next Adam Thielen, I don't hate that. I don't.
Wouldn't be the worst move in the world.
If he goes to the Vikings, yeah, he's going to drop in people's rankings, but he should still be drafted in the top 10.
Sure. I would say so, yeah.
And Kirk Cousins is going to be their quarterback until the 2024 season. So that's technically not a need for them to be drafting. They did just re-up him.
I mean, do we know for sure he'll be there in 2023?
They extended him for another season. They pushed their contract down the road. They basically added on 1 year to a 1 year deal. So yeah, he's on a 2-year guarantee, all money guaranteed deal over the next 2 seasons. I don't see the Vikings picking him and letting him sit 2 seasons in the first round. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, fair enough.
So yeah, I think he's falling. I think both of the quarterbacks that were invited to the draft don't get picked in the first round.
Could be second round
for them.
Could be second round picks.
And the Cowboys are on the clock. Do you have any rumblings?
No, I mean, Jermaine Johnson is still there. He has absolutely plummeted. I would think he's a guy that they're looking at here. But no rumblings as of yet. Would be a nice collection of talent on defense.
Yeah. Yep.
For the Cowboys. I think they should trade the pick. Nah, just kidding. but actually.
Just kidding.
But actually, you consider it. I'm getting my wings order.
Do it. Only winners get wings, though.
Only winners get wings. Demarius.
R.I.P.
Yeah, he said that.
Man. This draft did not unfold the way I thought it was going to in this first round. It's always the draft always does this. The draft always does this.
Every time.
It's just after that first pick, after that second pick, complete wild card for the rest of the wild cards picks for the rest of the draft. And I mean, what did we see? 7 trades this.
I lost count, but it sounds about right.
We had the Saints move up. We had the Lions move up. We had the Eagles move up. We had the Ravens trade out
traded Hollywood.
Traded Hollywood. You had the Eagles trade AJ Brown
13 with Houston.
And the trade Kansas City for trade. Davis. You had Kansas City trade and the Bills trade. Up. So we have 7 trades in the
Bills
first
traded
round.
Up.
So far.
Wild.
Wow.
We just needed to get past like the first 8 or 9 picks, and then it was go time.
Wow. Does it say anything about this class that 2 teams would rather have veteran, young vet wide receivers over anybody in this draft class after the first guys that went? I mean, after those top 4 went, and I guess Jahan Dotson included. I mean, it was. Team traded a first-round asset for Hollywood Brown. A team traded a first-round asset for A.J. Brown. I mean, is that an indictment on the rest of this class?
I think it's, maybe a little bit, but I think also it's more so the fact that maybe it's a testament to the wide receivers that are available, because we're seeing more good young wide receivers coming in and making an impact right away, regardless of landing spot. We're seeing it all over the NFL. Teams are looking at that situation and saying to themselves, well, why am I going to pay this guy $60 million in guarantees? I know he's good. I know he's young, but guess what? It's becoming an easier position to replace and replenish with good young talent, because more wide receivers are coming in ready to contribute in the NFL right away. That's the other side of that. Now, of course, some teams are just going to value proven players over unproven players any day of the week. But recent history suggests these wide receivers taken in the first round, a lot of them are going to be good. Maybe they're not all great, but a lot of them are going to be good. They're going to be able to contribute right away. They're going to give you solid production, solid contributions as a rookie on a 4-year, 5-year cheap deal, 5 years because they're first round picks, pick up your 5th-year option. You get these guys on the cheap until their age 27, 28 season, and then you let them go to their second contract, rinse, repeat. I think that's maybe more the thinking here. Wide receiver is becoming an easier position to
Tyler
fill.
Smith, offensive tackle, Dallas. Ravens
makes
on the
sense.
clock.
They make sense. They lost La'el Collins in free agency. Didn't they have another guy retire? They lost pieces along the offensive line. It makes sense. Holy hell, Jermaine Johnson. Outside of Malik Willis, I would say he's the biggest faller, and this feels like a Ravens pick right here.
Yeah.
They really need defense. Now they can take Jermaine Johnson. They made two. Man, the Ravens made out like bandits tonight, I think. I mean, I like Hollywood Brown a lot, but again, to that point, you can find good young wide receivers in the draft. They got a first-round pick for Hollywood before he has to get paid. Now Arizona has to pay him. Now they get 2 stud players on defense, the Ravens do, on a defense that sorely needed young help. I think the Ravens made out quite well tonight.
Yeah.
That's an organization that regularly does well in the offseason.
They got stronger at where they needed to. Yes,
no
they take
question.
a hit through the air in their passing attack, but they got stronger where they needed to, and this is a deep enough wide receiver draft where they can probably get if they picked up Calvin Austin in the 2nd or 3rd, and just put him into that Marquise Brown role. I mean, he's Marquise Brown light. He's a small, speedy guy. So if you throw him in there, he at least brings the element that Marquise Brown brought to the offense in terms of field stretching ability. There are other hyper athletic wide receiver prospects that they could go towards in this year's draft. If they got a Christian Watson, somebody like that who's just super fast, who can open up the field downfield. Yeah, I think the Ravens got a lot better.
I guess I was talking. I think I talked as if I was assuming they're taking Jermaine Johnson. They're not. That's not confirmed yet, but they're in a position to do that if they choose. So yeah.
And then the Titans could pick another wide receiver. I mean, they really could. The Titans could.
They could take Sky Moore.
The Titans could go, considering they don't have a tight end prospect. I mean, there were rumors that Trey McBride was going to go at the end of the first round. They could go Trey McBride here. Or they could build through the trenches because they need help. It's everywhere. Mm-hmm. They really could. But Buccaneers, Sky Moore, ugh. Green Bay, Sky Moore, ugh. George Pickens, like one of those guys goes to one of those teams. Ugh. When it
Patriots,
goes to the Chiefs,
Sky Moore.
Oh man.
Boo.
I mean, yeah, boo. We never want to see the Patriots win. But
also Mac Jones would like
if Sky Moore and George Pickens get to last till 27, 28, 30, they would be intriguing picks there for sure. And honestly, I could see the Vikings at 32 going wide receiver too. They really could.
Slim, would Willis to Tampa Bay surprise us? It would, from the perspective of you might as well. When you have Tom Brady at age 44, 45, whatever he is at this point, you are gunning for a Super Bowl.
He retired and then came back.
Yeah. They can't take a quarterback here.
Retire from. I mean, I know Tom Brady's competitive fire and all that. Was he really going to set to retire, or was this all a publicity stunt? Regardless,
sure.
He was retired and he came back. And Bruce Arians is in the front office now. I'm sure Tom Brady has a hand in everything going on down there, from what's installed in the offense to who they're going to draft in the first round. He still wants Gronk to come back too and join him back there. So they got to also make the landing spot enticing for Gronk to come back from retirement, because he is retired too, from his second retirement. So I don't see them going quarterback here, because that's not a win now move. That's a for the future move, and that's a move that they should be making next year, not this year. So, yeah, I think Malik Willis falls out of the top 32, barring a trade back into the first round.
Somebody could still trade up. Somebody still could do that.
But the vibes are like, why would you do that if you can wait? Because the vibes right now
to get that
are
fifth
you can
year.
Wait.
The reason to do it is to get that fifth-year option.
True. You're right. That's true.
You don't get that in the second
Good
round.
point.
But, of course, you have to believe in the player enough to want to have that commitment or that option for commitment.
Yeah.
You know, so it's a give and take. Don't know what Baltimore is going to do here. We still do not have, I don't anyway, have anything as far as news on what the Ravens are going to pick. Quick report from the fantasy guru. He basically created what is now Fantasy Points. It used to be other websites in the past. John Hansen, the OG, just tweeting out quarterbacks that get a boost so far in this draft. Mariota, Zach Wilson, Jameis Winston, Jared Goff, Carson Wentz, Ryan Tannehill, and then Locke and Daniel Jones because of big offensive line.
Did he say Jalen Hurts?
He did not say Jalen Hurts.
Because that's a huge omission. He gets a huge boost.
Yeah, he gets a huge boost. Oh, I was focusing on the drafted players, but yes,
Okay.
also Jalen Hurts. He followed up with the... Got it. The draft. He was focusing on players who were drafted tonight, not traded for. In the case of AJ
Hunter,
Brown.
I am done. Give me George Pickens, or I'm going to end it at 28.
Dude, Hunter. I know the Packers, man. This is what they do. They pass on wide receivers.
Is the Ravens pick in? Because it says on my screen the Ravens.
I
pick
still
is in.
don't see. I still don't see a pick for the Ravens. Let me see if I can key search them. That worked last time with the Bills with Kyrie Elam. Ravens. Nothing yet. Like nothing. They must still be still debating. Does it say the pick is in? It does say the pick is in.
It does say the pick is in on my screen.
Jermaine Johnson, I think.
And Tennessee is on the clock here.
All right,
Jermaine
still don't
Johnson
see
would
it.
make sense. That is a Ravens.
Still don't see
pick.
anything for Baltimore. That would be a steal. At 25, that would be a steal.
Ravens drafting Tyler Lindenbaum at 25.
Oh, okay. So it's not Jermaine Johnson. Man, he is still on the board. Ravens needed some offensive line help for sure. It's good for Lamar Jackson. It's good for the running game. Good spot.
I think
for
that's
Lindenbaum.
a win for them, even though we like.
Good spot.
It's still a good pick for them. It
yeah,
is.
like not flashy,
Top center
but that's
on the
okay.
board.
Yup, offensive line always a need. Getting one of the the best player at his position in this draft.
I mean, running quarterbacks have exposure to being hurt more often than not, and just getting a few more lanes for I mean, J.K. Dobbins and Gus Edwards and Lamar Jackson to run in. Open up a little, give him a little bit more time to sit in the pocket and let plays develop downfield with Rashad Bateman and Mark Andrews. So yeah, I like that pick.
Good job, Ravens. Titans are on the clock. Titans could go Jermaine Johnson. I'm just gonna say that every pick from at this point.
Yeah, it's Jermaine Johnson, and then we're looking at Pickens and Sky Moore for me.
Yeah.
I mean, I really think we could see a mini run on wide receiver here at the end of the first.
Johnson's definitely is the big faller. I think Tyler Smith. Has Tyler Smith gone? I mean, he's still out there. Karl Loftus, the edge rusher from Purdue.
Go to Dallas.
That's right. Thank you.
Yep.
Devin Lloyd, the linebacker, is still there. Actually, Nakobe Dean is still out there as well, isn't he?
Yep.
Ojabo is still out there.
A lot of those picks sound like Patriots picks to me.
Kyler Gordon is still out there. Yeah.
What on the O-line is still out there? Because I know the Bengals, they short up their O-line through free agency, but they could still... The Bengals could still go O-line here. At
Zion Johnson is gone. Kenyon Green is gone. Lindenbaum is gone. We might be out of first round talent as it pertains to.
The Jets on the clock at 26. The Jets traded in.
We got a trade
to the 26. Yeah. Is this where
Jets
it ends?
Trade up on
is
the
this
clock.
Where it ends? The slide ends.
On the clock. But really, would they just took Zach Wilson second overall last year?
No. I'm talking about.
Jermaine Johnson. Yeah. This is where it ends.
They need D-line, right?
I think they decided this fall is ridiculous enough. They need to go get their guy. I think this would be a good pick by them. Depending on they probably didn't have to give up that much to get here, but
they traded with Tennessee.
Yeah. Lamar Jackson just tweeted out WTF. I don't think he liked the Hollywood trade.
I mean, oh man.
Lamar Jackson literally 1 minute ago tweeted out WTF. It's already got 4,000 likes.
Yo, and he's in the middle of negotiating his own contract because his mother is his lawyer, I believe, or acting as the proxy.
Ravens
so that's not great.
Right now.
That's not great for his prospects of being happy sticking in Baltimore. That they need to address wide receiver through the draft to keep him happy. They absolutely need to.
Details of the trade that just happened now between the Jets and the Titans. According to Cameron Wolf, who this is a verified source, the Jets are trading pick 35, 69, nice, and 163. So 35 is a second-round pick, 69 is a third-round pick, an early third-round pick, and 163, which is, I believe, a fifth-round pick to Tennessee for 26 and 101. And so Tennessee trades the 101, which is the pick that they acquired from the Eagles in the A.J. Brown trade. So the Jets get 26 and 101 for 35, 69, and 163. I'd say that's a pretty good deal for the Jets. I'd say that's a pretty good deal for the Jets.
I mean, if they're ending the slide of Jermaine Johnson, they're getting their guy.
Who they were considering taking in the top 10 already anyway, and it's official. Projected much higher to go in the first round. Jets draft past edge rusher from Florida State, Jermaine Johnson. It is official.
The Jets have had a great draft.
The Jets have had a phenomenal draft.
Like, Jets have solidified their defense to compete in the division and got the one of the best, if not the best, wide receivers in the draft.
The Jets are having a phenomenal first round tonight. There is no doubt.
They had a great first round last year. They're having a great first round this year. Organizationally, I like what the Jets are doing. They're really trying to build through these drafts.
Wow. Hunter, I swear to God, if the Packers take Malik Willis, I will fall out of my chair.
That would be incredible.
I would fall out of my chair. We would have to stay on for another 3 hours. Maybe not. But
Tampa Bay on the clock. Sky Moore, George Pickens.
Could be.
Yeah, if there's a landing spot where George Pickens could overcome some of the off the field issues that he's dealing with, it probably is Tampa Bay.
Or I'm sorry, under Tom Brady.
It probably is in Tampa Bay, where he can learn from Mike Evans. He can learn from Chris Godwin coming back. He can learn from Tom Brady. Take him under his wing, and then set him up for future success to take over basically from Mike Evans. I mean, down the road. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm not saying that's going to happen anytime soon, but he is one of the top 3 most talented wide receivers in this draft. And the reason why he was thought of as a top 8 wide receiver in this draft and not a top 3 is because injury concerns and off the field issues. And if he goes to a team with just a team culture like the Buccaneers for one season, I think that would bode well for his future.
That could be enough.
Green Bay also a good landing spot. Organizationally, the Patriots also a good landing spot. And then the Jermaine Johnson pick is official.
And the Chiefs.
And the Chiefs. I mean, the Bengals are probably not going to be going offensive skill position player in this year's draft. And that
Jaguars back in the first round. They trade with Tampa Bay. The Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock at 27.
Okay. Maybe they see a wide receiver they like.
I don't know if Tom Brady's going to like that. I don't know if Tom Brady's going to like that.
Imagine they go Malik Willis and try to trade Trevor Lawrence.
I would fall out of my chair.
Oh, man. Packers take Malik Willis, so I have a reason to team swap. Yes,
Hunter, the Jets,
Garrett Wilson, and Jermaine Johnson.
Jets are big winners tonight.
Yeah, they are.
Jets are big winners
All right,
tonight.
so how many trades is this? Is this 8 trades now?
9 maybe?
It's 9. Yeah.
9?
It's 9 trades now. This is insane.
It's been a
I've
great
never
draft.
seen a draft like this.
It's been a lot of fun.
Have you ever seen a draft like this? You've been watching football for longer than
off
I
the
have.
top of my head, I can't remember like
This offseason, man. This offseason, man.
between the big wide receivers that were moved and all of these trades, we live in a new age of the NFL where teams are more willing to wheel and deal, more so than they were even 10 years ago. And it makes for these types of
events. More
than
they even were 2 years ago, dude. I really think a sea change is happening with the NFL.
You love to see it.
I love to see it.
You love to see it.
There's so many. A.J. Brown, Philadelphia, Hollywood Brown, Arizona, Treylon Burks, Tennessee, as they're far and away their number 1 wide receiver now. So, Treylon Burks is right now. Treylon Burks to the moon. Really, based off of what the workload he's going to be getting. It really is Treylon Burks to the moon. He's a big winner here.
Should see 120 targets. Should see 120 targets as a
rookie.
rookie.
For me, I know you were saying Garrett Wilson, Jameson Williams, Chris Olave still in your top 3. For me, it's going to be hard for me to keep Treylon Burks out of my top 3 because the workload that he's going to be getting is going to be huge.
He's going to get a lot
His
of
workload
work.
And target share, team target share is going to be unquestioned. It's a good quarterback, run first team, so they're gonna. You might not have as many opportunities as everybody else on a per play basis, but A.J. Brown was eating on that workload when given the chance. So Treylon Burks, they don't have anybody else in the pass game. I think Treylon Burks is a
not
top
on A.J.
3.
Brown's level.
No. But he projects
not
to be
on his level. But I could see 110,
1.
115.
Projects to be a
targets.
Top, an alpha wide receiver 1. And the target share he's getting.
Robert Woods probably going to miss some time to start the season. Maybe a few weeks. Burks gets an opportunity to build a rapport with Tannehill day 1 as his top option.
Austin Hooper.
Yeah. Yep.
Treylon Burks is a riser for me. And he's
the opportunity is there for sure. I think I would top him out at 4 personally, but that's not too far removed from 3. Here's some trade details with what just happened. Jaguars are acquiring the 27th overall pick from Tampa Bay in exchange for number 33. That's the first pick of the second round. Number 106 and number 180. Those are 4th and I believe 6th round picks respectively. So the Bucs move down 7 spots to pick up a 4th and 6th round pick. If I'm Tom Brady, I probably don't love that, but I'm not Tom Brady.
It probably just means they get the wide receiver that falls, right?
Yeah, they could.
They just get the wide receiver that falls.
Yep.
Maybe they get Trey McBride in the second round, early in the second round, something like that. If I was Tom Brady, I would rather have a wide receiver out there than a tight end.
Sure.
But there's no guarantee that Gronk is coming back yet. Maybe there are verbal assurances, but Gronk could just be like, you know what, I want to wrap it up. Yep. And then they only have Cameron Brate at tight end there. So
stock up on Cameron Brate.
maybe. Yeah, watch the Packers mess this up.
Man. Oh man, this is gonna be fun.
Watch the Packers go Trey McBride. What is it?
Aaron Wilson. Jaguars are drafting Utah linebacker Devin Lloyd. So Devin Lloyd over the I'm sorry, who the Georgia linebacker is, who I'm blanking on because I'm an ass.
Nakobe Dean?
Yes, thank you. Devin Lloyd, first linebacker off the board from Utah, goes to Jacksonville at number 27. Jacksonville trades 3 picks to move up to 27th overall to take a linebacker. And yeah, I think we're all in agreement tonight. The Jets are big winners, maybe the winners of the first round so far. Jermaine Johnson was pegged by many to be a top 10 pick. They didn't have to move that much capital, all things considered, to get him at pick 26, where he absolutely tumbled. In addition to Sauce Gardner, who a lot of people have as the top corner in this draft, and Garrett Wilson, who many, us included, while previously had as the top receiver in this draft, the Jets are coming away with a fantastic first round here in 2022.
And I said it last year. They had a great draft last year. They have arguably a better draft this year.
Could be.
This is impressive by the Jets. It wasn't something that I was foreseeing, them going out and being such power movers in this first round. good for them. Good for them.
Yep. Agreed.
With these moves, I think it's fair to say I don't pencil in Miami as the for sure thing as the third best team in that division. There's a chance that the Jets could be the second or third best team in that division.
That division is rising fast.
Yeah, it is. The Jets could be in play with this after this draft to be the second best team in that division.
Real quick update. Lamar Jackson's WTF tweet from 10 minutes ago now has 25,000 likes.
And he hasn't deleted it yet?
Nope, it's still up. He's letting
Lamar
him know.
Jackson to another team. How long does it take for that to happen?
Oh my gosh, I don't even know. SportsCenter has officially photoshopped their first picture of A.J. Brown in an Eagles jersey. The last player to wear number 11 is he who must not be named. He's now the quarterback in Washington.
Yo, Hunter L. Green Bay take Pickens or else I buy the team and burn it to the ground. Hey, I didn't know you had that clout, man. If you have that clout, can you upgrade your membership?
Are you a shareholder?
I'm playing. But I would expect them to go skill position. I would expect them to basically, go Sky Moore or George Pickens. I mean, they could dark horse and go David Bell or Wan'Dale Robinson if they like them more, but I don't see that happening.
I think they're going to take Breece Hall.
Breece Hall? Oh, man, that would be...
Aaron Jones, A.J. Dillon, Breece. So they're going to run the triple option.
That would be something.
They're going to run the triple option with Aaron Rodgers at quarterback. Little Navy offense.
You got any insight into what's going on?
No inklings yet. No inklings yet. Man, lots of people making jokes.
Crazy this first round.
Lots of people making jokes about what the Packers might do. Taking Carson Strong.
That would be awesome.
Yo.
That would be awesome. Yo, Hunter
That
L
would
have
get me to
meltdown.
I'll do 2 backflips.
I'm here for it. Hunter L having a meltdown. They should draft Jelani Woods.
John would do a backflip.
Hey, yes, I would.
9 first-round trades officially so far.
And I would break my back because my back is brittle. So,
quadruple option with Jordan Love. Yo, this Packers offense they're gonna play Navy style offense. They throw the ball 5 times on the year.
Oh man, Packers
Aaron Rodgers, tailback.
Packers fans. Pick us in for Green Bay. Patriots on the clock.
I'm on it.
Patriots have a terrible history of drafting wide receivers in the first round. Going back to Aaron Dobson.
So please don't take Sky Moore.
So let's hope that isn't the pick there. And if it is,
let's
hope they
pick
somebody good. If the Patriots get George Pickens, then, I don't know. We'll see. They could go David Bell. That would be
for what it's worth.
Pick.
Devin Lloyd is 23 years old, so an older prospect for Jacksonville on defense.
Anything on Green Bay yet?
Questionable. It seems questionable to try. On one hand, if I'm Tom Brady, I probably don't love that trade. But if I'm the Bucs, I probably like, as an organization, I like making that move. Jacksonville trading up 3 assets to take a 23-year-old inside linebacker. Fair to question that pick. Ultimately, I feel like we've been praising a lot of these picks, and rightfully so. We want to be hyped for these guys. We want to, be glass half full as much as we possibly can. That pick seems questionable by Jacksonville. You might have been able to wait until 33 to take him if you really wanted him. And if not, there's a good chance Dean is still on the board there too. Or Ojabo.
I'm still flabbergasted Malik Willis is going to fall this far. And I'm not concerned as to what it's going to do to his draft capital and rookie mocks, but I am intrigued by how far he is going to fall now. Because of just the lack of quarterbacks being drafted, I'm intrigued by possibly where I could get some of these quarterbacks in rookie drafts now, where I was thinking it would be really smart to look at a quarterback at the turn. I think you can get a quarterback halfway through the second round that you're probably going to feel okay with. What's up?
They did not take a receiver.
What did they do? What did they do?
I can't tell, but
Hunter,
they're not.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man.
They're taking Georgia defensive tackle Devontae Wyatt. Packers will. This is official. The Packers will select Georgia defensive tackle Devontae Wyatt with pick number 28. More defense coming to Green Bay.
Man, wow.
Yeah, they love those. They love their defensive prospects. Sorry, guys, the Packers will not be taking a wide receiver.
Terrible draft for the Packers, man. Based off of what they need. I mean, yeah. These players might be nice. Terrible move for the Packers.
I mean, who's going to get? I mean, stock up on Aaron Jones. Stock up on A.J. Dillon. Just at it, they're going to get so
stock up
much.
On Allen Lazard, dude. Stock up on Allen Lazard.
Stock up on
I hope
Robert
you drafted
Tonyan.
Allen Lazard in your best balls because Allen Lazard, I mean, you could probably still be had for relative peanuts, and he could be
cheap.
A much bigger part of this Aaron Rodgers-led offense in 2022 than we ever previously thought. So Allen Robinson stock up. Robert Tonyan stock up.
Allen Lazard, sorry, not Robinson.
Yeah, sorry. Did I say that? My bad.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, Amari Rodgers, a little stock up. Little. I mean, you can.
Aaron Jones.
Who else is there?
Aaron Jones.
Randall
stock
Cobb.
Up.
Who stock up?
Aaron Rodgers stock down.
No doubt.
Stock down.
No doubt. No doubt. Right, and is it in his age 39 season? That's going to be hard to move off of Rodgers. Superflex is one conversation. One quarterback leagues, forget it.
And yeah, I mean, in the top of the first round, it might look like last year where we had Etienne and Najee Harris go in the first round, but last year at the top of the first round, it was Javonte Williams, great running back. We could see Breece Hall go top of the second round, and really have similar value moving forward.
Yeah. Landing spot will be interesting.
Yeah, landing spot will absolutely be interesting. Patriots on the clock. The pick is in for Green Bay, and you said we already know what it is, so.
Be Devontae Wyatt.
Yep. And then Chiefs on the board. We could see them go one of these wide receivers here and do what the Packers should have done. Bengals probably go somebody in the trenches. They did just they have a good cornerback core. Maybe they get linebacker. Maybe they build through the trenches and go defensive line because they saw what happened to their team in the Super Bowl against the Rams and want to see if they can impose their will defensively against a team when need be, when things get tough. So maybe the Bengals go defense there. And
could be.
Minnesota's kind of a wild card for me. I can't believe the Packers are effed it up that much. For as good as the Jets did, the Packers did that bad.
Relative to need, I would say so. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Hunter.
Yeah, I don't think that's what he wanted. So we're coming up on the end of the first round here with the last 4 picks.
Yeah, we're probably gonna end it once we know what the pick 32 is.
Once we know what the Vikings
a lot
pick
on
is.
These players today and their landing spots today, and we've been going for what 3.5 hours now.
It'll have been 4 hours when it's all said and done, most likely.
So we're gonna probably shut down pretty soon after this because I know Nick's got a dog to walk.
Yeah, he's begging. He's begging for.
And it's 11. It's soon to be 11:30 here, and I got work.
Right.
But we will be back on, just so y'all know, we will be back on tomorrow at 6:30.
Yep,
I believe,
6:30
right?
Eastern.
Because second
The draft
third
starts at 7
starts at 7
Eastern.
Right, so hopefully the picks will be moving a little bit faster, but there's a lot of dominoes to fall in the second round. I mean, if no wide receivers are picked here, you still got George Pickens, Sky Moore, Calvin Austin, Christian Watson, Jalen Tolbert, Dondell Robinson. A lot of running backs to dominoes to fall with Breece Hall and Kenneth Walker, maybe even an Isaiah Spiller if that happens. I don't foresee it happening, but third round possibly, third round most likely, and we could see another running back slip in there. You're gonna have Trey McBride come off the board. You're probably gonna have a bunch of these quarterbacks. There's probably gonna be a run on quarterbacks.
The pick is in.
Okay.
According to Aaron Wilson, Pro Football Network, New England is drafting Chattanooga offensive guard Cole Strange.
Okay. Help for Mac Jones. All right. Not the help that they need.
Help for Mac Jones.
But,
help for the run game. Help for Damian Harris. Help for Ramondre Stevenson.
Yeah. Leaves Kansas City wide open to pick a wide receiver here. And I think that would be the last time we see an offensive player get drafted in the top 32 here, because I think the Bengals won't be going offensive skill position player, and Minnesota could, but I don't know if I see it.
Chiefs are about to get Sky Moore, aren't they?
The Chiefs could get Sky Moore or George Pickens, which would be incredible value. It really would. Either of those guys would skyrocket up draft rankings if drafted by the Chiefs. I mean, we could see one of those guys come in, get into the top 5.
Yep.
I mean, we could see Drake London fall into like 7, 8, 9, wide receiver 7, 8, 9 if
I think
people are really down on the landing spot.
I don't think he'll fall that far because he was taken in the top 10.
Yeah. Well, I mean, where was Tony?
Like drafted? 18, 19, 21, somewhere around there, like later.
Okay.
Yeah, not 8.
Because Tony went 3rd round in a non-Superflex league with us. He went at the top of the 3rd round. So
yeah,
in a Superflex,
because he was
back.
He was so not expect. The difference with him is he was so not expected to be taken that high.
Yeah.
So when you draft early,
not really a comparison there.
If you draft early, like your rookie draft right after the NFL draft, like we do, there's probably not going to be a ton of overcorrecting. There was some, I guess, but yeah. Also, the vibes immediately about that pick were negative. So that definitely pushed. Like the vibes around the Tony pick were immediately negative.
Yeah, we immediately heard that they wanted ETN and didn't get a chance.
Giants were it was immediately called out like a reach, not a good pick.
The Urban Meyer saga began.
Yeah.
Man, if you have any news on this Chiefs pick, I'm really intrigued by this Chiefs pick.
I am as well. My food order is going to coincide just with us having to potentially wrap this stream up. I apologize, guys, but a guy's got to eat. Nothing.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do, man.
I mean, I'll run in, grab it, and run back, or run out, grab it, run back in. Nothing yet on the Chiefs pick. Packers fans are tilting. Sorry, Hunter. Alan Lazard, stock up Sammy Watkins. The Lizard King lives for one more season. Well, one more game.
Don't say that.
The Lizard King lives. I'm hoping right now that the Chiefs. My delivery is down the block. I'm hoping the Chiefs make their call within the next minute. I can yell it, go off camera for 30 seconds, and run back in. Come on, Andy. Don't fail me now.
Burn the place to the ground, says Hunter.
Come on, Andy.
Man. Hey, man.
I might need you to hold down the fort for 30 seconds.
It off. I had to do the same thing a few drafts ago, and it ended up working out contrary to my beliefs.
Maybe they're really good defensive players. But we understand the frustration right now.
It's not the exciting pick that you wanted.
No.
And it doesn't fit. It doesn't
help Aaron Rodgers. Doesn't help Aaron Rodgers right now. Yeah, Hunter, man. I mean, I've been there before, like just frustrated with like, why didn't they do what we think they should have done? I understand.
Yeah.
I'm going to do one more refresh, and then I think I need to quickly go off camera. The Chiefs are selecting edge rusher George Karlaftis from Purdue. I hope I'm saying that last name right. I feel like I should know it at this point. Number 30th overall, they are taking an edge rusher. One who has been mocked to go in the first round in seemingly every mock draft. I will be right back.
Do it up. All right. Well, I mean, this first round has been absolutely wild, and it looks like we're probably going to close out this first round without any more skill position players being drafted here. It really looks like it's just build through the trenches or build their secondary for the rest of this draft here. So the last skill position player of note that got drafted here was Kenny Pickett, number 20. Treylon Burks got picked 18 in a blockbuster trade with Philadelphia there. Jahan Dotson 16. They traded back and picked up Jahan Dotson, the Washington football team. I think he goes in and playing second fiddle to Terry McLaurin, but I think that relegates Curtis Samuel to a gadget role. I know Nick has been high on Curtis Samuel. I do think Jahan Dotson going there relegates him to a gadget role at best. Now I'm not super high on Jahan Dotson's year 1 outlook. He should have a much brighter year 2 and in the future outlook once Carson Wentz moves on from the Washington football team, the Washington Commanders. But being drafted in the top 16 bodes well for his future. It means the team really likes him and really appreciates what he can bring to the table for them, and he should get all the work that he can handle. Going back to Treylon Burks, has probably the biggest workload of any wide receiver in this year's draft. Ahead of him, you get your food.
I'm back. Yeah, we're good.
Treylon Burks is really going to be interesting to see how these wide receiver rankings work out over the next week or so.
Definitely got to take some time to dissect them.
Because Elijah Moore, he's technically a faller. Garrett Wilson didn't go to everybody's favorite local spot. Like they were projecting him to go to the Packers or the Chiefs. People wanted these highly drafted wide receivers to go to those other places, and it was unrealistic to think they would, to be honest. But Garrett Wilson probably falls in people's overall rankings because he went to the Jets. Jameson Williams probably falls in people's overall rankings because he went to the Lions. We are not off these players, but you do have to be cognizant of suboptimal landing spots. But as soon as 2023 for Jameson Williams, stock up. As soon as this year for Chris Olave should be great, and it should be stock up in general. In New Orleans.
I'll call it right now for Jameson Williams. If he gets off to a slow start,
trade for him.
Buy him if you can.
Yeah.
Buy him if you can. Not worried one bit.
And the Bengals are on the clock here. Chiefs,
Bengals with the 31st pick.
You said Chiefs already have their pick in, the Karlaftis guy.
Karlaftis, he's an edge rusher from Purdue, regularly mocked in the first round. Chiefs get it. Chiefs get more defensive help. Could they use a wide receiver? Sure. They probably feel like they can get another one later. They still have Travis Kelce. They still have Juju Smith-Schuster. They still have Marquez Valdez-Scantling and Mecole Hardman. It is not it's not the slimmest amount of talent as far as pass catchers in the league. And with Patrick Mahomes, you expect him to be able to elevate the play of other players, maybe less talented players overall and in general.
And that really leaves Bengals and Minnesota. And Minnesota is really the last man standing in the draft, but last man standing for the availability to draft a skill position player here in this draft. And it could happen with the Minnesota team, Minnesota Vikings, because technically they do have aging assets at running back and secondary wide receiver, and they don't have a tertiary wide receiver there. KJ Osborne was nice, but I don't think he is really in their long-term plans there, and neither is Amir Smith-Marset, who was a late-round draft pick last season, with a different regime, different organization, or same organization, different regime. So I could see the Vikings go skill position player here.
I'm with Hunter. I think they're not out of the. It's not out of the realm of possibility they take Malik Willis here and secure the 5th-year option.
It's not out of the realm of possibility. It could absolutely happen.
I think it's going to happen. I'm going to call my shot and say it's going to happen. I think the Vikings take Malik Willis here. I think they do. For better or worse, Kirk Cousins has been scrutinized throughout his tenure with the Vikings. Not through every fault of his own. Obviously, he's an upper echelon. He's an above average quarterback. He's not a great quarterback. He is good enough to help you win games. It hasn't all come together for him in his time in Minnesota, and therefore he has taken extra scrutiny for the team's shortcomings. I think getting out from under a Mike Zimmer-led coaching staff is absolutely going to help the offense and help Kirk Cousins. But again, he's in his 30s. How much of a long-term future do the Vikings expect to have with him, even in a wide-open NFC? I could see Malik Willis here.
Pick is in for the Bengals. Do you have anything on Twitter? And the Vikings are on the clock with the last pick in the first round.
Let's see. Cincinnati Bengals are drafting Michigan safety Daxton Hill.
Okay.
So some secondary help for.
And a team could trade into the first round too with the Vikings and just
sure. The Lions are, the Lions have been regularly mocked to trade back. Oh, well, actually, sorry, they traded all the way up to 12. They're not making that move because they already made their move.
They had pick 32, I believe.
You're right, they did. That was their pick. They had the Rams. That was the Rams pick. They already had 32, so that's gone because of the trade with the Vikings. I think the Vikings are actually, nobody was expecting it, but they are a low-key situation that could take a swing at a quarterback here. And this is their last shot at getting a guy for the fifth-year option. Yeah, I think that would be the smart play. If their season bottoms out by the trade deadline, they could see what they could get for Kirk Cousins and just move forward with Malik Willis.
Yeah, they could.
I think that's the smart play for the Vikings. I really do.
New organization making their stamp.
Yeah, it's a new coaching staff, right? It's a new regime. It's a new front office. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, like all of that. This is the opportunity for them to start building their team.
Watch them pick Sam Howell.
I'll do a backflip. I've promised a lot of backflips, and so far I have not had to deliver.
But Kenny Pickett, interesting landing spot. He stays home. They got their the homegrown talent there in the Pitt prospect.
Yep. Think enough
you still
capital.
Love Jameson Williams. You probably have him at 102 right now, as it stands right now, and you got Garrett Wilson at 103.
In one quarterback, or no, in super. I mean, Malik Willis has to be can't possibly be in the conversation for the 102 now.
No,
can't possibly be.
I would probably agree with you. It's got to be Jameson Williams there because the Detroit should have the first pick of quarterbacks next year. They really should. And DJ Chark is not going to be there after 2022. So you're going to have to chill on Jameson Williams, but you are already going to have to chill on Jameson Williams
anyway
because of the injuries coming back from. So we already had to pump the brakes on what we expect for his year one ceiling. But year two for Jameson Williams, I mean, it could be to the races with Jameson Williams in 2023 as soon as they get a CJ Stroud or a Bryce Young in there to replace Jared Goff. They got DeAndre Swift, they got Hawkinson, they got Amon-Ra St. Brown, and then they got Jameson Williams as the wide receiver one stretching the field. That would be at a very enticing offense. And Jameson Williams could be the wide receiver one in this class as soon as 2023.
Nothing yet. Again, John already alluded to it. We are going to wrap this up probably very shortly after the Vikings pick because we have been going at this for the better part of 4 hours now. Appreciate everybody coming in and hanging out. I know we had a little bit of potential technical difficulties with the video. Hopefully that didn't take away too much from the stream. But we appreciate everybody who came in, whether you popped in for a few seconds or hung with us for a couple of hours. Always appreciate hanging out, the interaction, the opportunity to just talk shop during the draft. Makes it that much more fun. And you can expect us right back here, 6:30 Eastern tomorrow to cover rounds 2 and 3.
And as interesting as round 1 has been and how exciting as it has been, round 2 could be just as exciting. I mean, with all these quarterbacks that are still on the board, with the talent at the wide receiver position and the running back position.
Breece Hall, Kenneth Walker still for fantasy. It's going to be,
the majority of the bigger pieces, not the majority, but still about half of the bigger pieces, the dominoes still have yet to fall. So second round is going to be
lots of dominoes still to fall.
The players who get that third round draft capital over getting fourth, fifth round draft capital, that's going to be huge for a lot of players here. And so it's going to be interesting, man. It's really going to be interesting. The Bengals pick is still not in on the website, and the Vikings are on the clock here.
See what happens with Minnesota. See if I can get an update. Oh, Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown are currently FaceTiming. They seem to be having a good call.
Yo, Iron, I'll see you tomorrow, man. Thanks for tuning in.
Yeah, thanks so much for hanging in, dude. Please get some sleep.
Yeah, get some sleep, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Basically, what? And 45 minutes from our usual start time.
Yep. One last update on the night. Lamar Jackson's what the F tweet is approaching 50,000 likes.
Still leaving it up, huh?
He did not delete it.
Are we one of the likes? Did you
About
like
to
it?
be. I will. I absolutely will.
All right, just my page just refreshed again. The pick is in for both the Bengals and the Vikings. We already know the Bengals pick, you said, so we're just waiting on that Vikings pick. Do we have any news?
Vikings make their pick at 32. No one traded up for a quarterback. Only one goes in the first round. Is that an indication that the Vikings did not take Malik Willis?
I think that's fair to say.
Still waiting. The drama of the NFL. They love to milk as much opportunity, as much viewership as they possibly can, don't they? Come on, Vikings. You can do this. People have sleep to get. Yeah, Daxton Hill was to the Vikings. Vikings are selecting Lewis Klein, safety.
Okay. 2 unexciting picks from a fantasy perspective to wrap up the night.
Yeah, a little boring.
Very exciting first round. At least the first 20 picks of the first round were very exciting.
Yeah, it is not Hunter. It's not Malik Willis. It's now official. Minnesota Vikings are drafting Georgia safety Lewis Klein with the 32nd and final pick of the first round. So, yeah, Malik Willis, Matt Corral, Sam Howell, Breece Hall, Kenneth Walker, Sky Moore, Pickens, Christian Watson, Trey McBride. Lots of fantasy relevant players still to come in this draft.
Yeah, I mean, this first round is shaken up. It is very much shaken up. I mean, with the landing spots for these wide receivers, it will be very interesting to see ADP develop over the next few days for rookie mock drafts. It'll be very interesting to see how we reconcile these quarterbacks in Superflex with Kenny Pickett being the only first-round draft quarterback with first-round draft capital. And players like Jahan Dotson being drafted ahead of Treylon Burks, and not to mention just the values of Hollywood Brown and A.J. Brown. So
lots to dissect.
Really interesting. We're going to have some videos for you over the next few days for sure. We might, since we are live streaming pretty much for 4 hours, 3 days straight, you might have to wait on our video breakdowns.
We'll let the dust settle on it a little bit. Give us some time, some opportunities to not create more knee-jerk-ish reactions to it. And
yeah, we want to be thought out with our process.
Get some more thorough thoughts through with all of the breakdowns, the immediate first reactions. You can expect those next week. But we are going to wrap this up. Again, thank you, everybody, for coming in and hanging out, tuning in, chatting it up with us. We will be doing this again almost same time tomorrow, 6:30 Eastern. Hope you all enjoyed the first round. Everybody go get some sleep.
Yes, sir, yo, and enjoy your food.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. Hey, peace, y'all. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Happy draft day.
Sir.